Well, hello there. So, we're back at this again. I know. An hour late. Things were kind of hectic today. Had to push things back. But I didn't cancel. I wanted to do this. I wanted to get back into GHPC because, oh my god, I need to finally successfully finish Table Salt 1. I've been trying to do it off stream as well. I still cannot get to the end of Table Salt 1. I need it. I need to finish Table Salt, and it would be all the better if I could do it on stream. That's the thing. It's like, so we actually get into it. We're going right back into Table Salt because, love that mission. I love that mission so goddamn much. It's kicking my ass. But God, I love Table Salt. And I swear to God, I will not let Table Salt beat me. It's like the other day, like yesterday, with the Dirt Rally stream, where we had fuck. What's it called? Shit. Oh yeah, the weekly challenge with the Peugeot kit car. That car was half dead by the end of it because I was not good at that. I was not good at driving. I need to practice more in Dirt Rally too. But we got to the end. That's what matters, is we got to the end of the race. We got to the end of the rally. The car was, the car was struggling to rev. The engine RPM was going the entire time. It was misfiring, sputtering, overheating. We lost multiple tires, but we got to the end. And that's what matters, is we got to the finish line. And like I said, that is the thing that matters, is that at the end of it, we got to the finish line. We got to the final stage and we finished. That is what matters. And then also with Assetto Corsa, I kept restarting it. The touring car race at Indianapolis, the various races in Indianapolis. The first I started with the Indy cars, which I did admittedly kind of switch over from that to doing something else. But the touring car race, when we got to the touring cars, I got pitted on the last lap, which meant I finished dead last, but I finished. And again, that is what matters. That is what matters. It's about not giving up. It's about not giving up. That's why I've said this before, the phrase "get good" has lost its meaning. Because that is what the true meaning of quote unquote "get good" is. It's don't quit. It's don't quit. It's you get back. Oh, you failed? You get back up and you do it again. You get back up, you do it again and again and again and again and again until finally, through perseverance, repetition, and grit, you finally succeed. It's not the bullshit that it's turned into where it's like, oh, well, if you were good at it, you wouldn't fail in the first place. And I'm so fucking tired of this bullshit attitude of, you have to make things look effortless. You have to make it look like you're just naturally good at it. No, talented people are talented because they kept trying. They kept trying because they put in hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of time, of work. And I'm so glad that we're finally ready. We're finally like willing to admit that. And that's why people like, yes, exactly, Dusk. Exactly what I'm saying there. It is, you do it, and 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 you do it. And even the people who, ironically, this is the irony. The people who try to make things look like they aren't trying and they're just naturally good at it, they're trying harder than almost everyone else, because that fake effortlessness, that air of just natural talent and proficiency, that is a lot of work. That is a lot of work to maintain. That is a lot of work to build up and, you know, keep the appearance of. Like, it's a shocking amount of work to make it to, it's a shocking amount of work and effort that goes into making it look like you aren't trying, to making it look like you aren't trying. And I'm really glad people are recognizing it. I'm really glad people are recognizing that the performed effortlessness that's so popular, that used to be so popular, and was just symptomatic of damn near terminal irony poisoning, is finally beginning. It's lost its it's being rejected. It's being rejected. And that is one of the most heartening things for me. It's that people want to see the work. They want to see the unsexy parts of making something or doing something. They want to see the parts where it's, like I said, the hours upon hours upon hours of brutal, punishing effort that has to go into something. Because that fetishization of natural aptitude and effortlessness, that was almost certainly a contributor to why my late teens and early 20s were such a dark period for me. Because I saw constantly this expectation of, oh, you should just be naturally good at it. You shouldn't, oh, you have to try? That just means you're bad. You should just be naturally good at this. You should just get it right the first time. Because, like, people turn this into a goddamn fetish. This is a goddamn fetish people had. And it was unhealthy. And I'm so glad that its popularity is dying violently. People, I'll even go so far as to say this. AI generated bullshit has been mostly bad for a lot of people, but there is one small consolation that has come with that, and that is one of the things that has come out of the flood of shitty AI slop is it has helped to it is ironically, it's helping to kill performed effortlessness. It's helping to kill performed effortlessness because people, it makes people want to see the process. It makes people want to see the effort, to where it's not just, oh, you know, where, and you, it's harder to get away with, oh, I'm just that good. Oh, I'm just that good. I'm just naturally that good. But no, you're not. Bullshit. If you were just naturally that good, then why the hell couldn't we just why couldn't we just prompt an algorithm to shit it out then? Cause you're not. And now you're having to admit it, and you're having to let go of that performed effortlessness and acknowledge your own effort. You're having to show your work. And that's like one of the, like I said, that is one of the few sort of like silver linings or consolations to the flood of AI generated slop, is you get out of that guild mindset. Because that's the other thing. I always talk about guilds versus unions, right? And how people say, oh, there's realistically, there is technically no difference between the two, but there is a subconscious functional difference between the two. One that is embodied by that little stupid voice line I said one time, you know, only members of the guild may practice the trade. That sort of like, that is the functional subconscious difference that defines a guild, and why people recoil in disgust when they hear something that sounds like a guild. It's because they're thinking that sentence, whether they know it or not, they are subconsciously associating the word guild with monopoly. And that sort of guild monopoly mindset plays right into the And I'm not sure which one it is. I'm not sure if it's the guild monopoly mindset plays right into the hands of performed effortlessness, or performed effortlessness plays right into the hands of the guild monopoly mindset. But it's one of those two. It's one of those two. They go hand in hand with each other. You know, look how naturally talented and effortless I am. Goes right in hand with only members of the guild. They are not one and the same, but they are hand in hand. But let's get into table salt. Let's get into table salt, shall we? Bring ourselves in nice and cozy, and wow, these are still up. You know, okay, so this the April Fool's update. These are interesting. I tried one of those. They were, since it was basically like an RTS, it was like some RTS bullshit that they were doing for April Fools. No, we're getting right into it though. We're getting right into it because I seriously, I really want to finally be able to say I have done this. I really want to be able to say I have finally done table salt. But yeah, one thing I've realized about table salt is so much easier at night. It is so much easier at night. Oh, it's like not even a question of the relative difficulty between daytime and nighttime table salt. I tried doing a couple daytime runs early on, and it's just how much of an advantage you have in the Leopard against T55s because your night vision system is fully passive. Yes, Dusk. Yes, indeed. But your night vision system in the Leopard 1 is fully passive, and that makes a huge difference against the active night vision system that the T55s have to use, where so our platoon mate tank is stupid and has his IR searchlight turned on, but you don't need to is the thing. You see, this is the Leopard's night sight. It works, and is actually it works without the infrared searchlight turned on. And that is like one of the main things that I am trying to leverage to help out here is run without the IR searchlight, even though I really wish I could tell my second tank of the platoon, turn your fucking searchlight off. If I could do that, I would be very happy for that. I'm hoping that's like stuff like that gets added in as platoon orders at some point. Like, platoon orders get added at some point alongside things like formation is, you know, turn off your fucking searchlight, or prioritize infantry, prioritize armor, little things like that, you know, because it would be really nice not having my cover blown by the other tank who decides that he's got a searchlight, he should use his searchlight, even though, again, the Leopard's night vision system is good enough that it doesn't need the searchlight. Like, the searchlight might help. The searchlight is mostly there for when the weather is bad and you don't have enough starlight. But on a clear night, like on a clear sky like this, the entire point of the Leopard's night vision system is it doesn't need. Back. Watch for the tank. Watch for the tank. Can't see it from here. Back. Okay, back. Forward. Berm drill. Back. Shit, we lost our loader. Back. Oh, TC, push him out of the way. Come on. TC, push Hans out of the way. Get loading. We need to keep this tank in the fight. All right, let's move second. Let's move tank 2 up. Turn off the searchlight. And let's try this again. I know what's there, actually. Actually, now that I know what's there, artillery on position, and then let's turn left. We're going to engage the second tank group in this direction. Oh, got him! It's a glancing hit, probably didn't take him out. So, nope, there goes the ammo. All right, move to RP2, move to RP2. I've never gotten this far before. I have never gotten this far before. Let's go! All right, we are breaking contact, moving to RP2. 2 kilometers out, let's check position here. Okay, RP2 is between BP Bravo, BP Delta. We'll probably be assigned to BP Bravo and move from there. Meantime, we will also restock APDS so that when we get there, we have sufficient ammunition to deal with any hostile heavy armor. We probably have plenty of heat on board still. Oh, fuck, they're firing illumination flares. They are firing illumination flares aggressively. Oh. This reminds me, so last Gunner Heat PC stream, a viewer came in and recommended Combination K's video on Soviet night fighting. I watched it and it set off a couple alarm bells. It set off a couple alarm bells early on that at first I was like, this is just the normal sort of thing. Hey there, Greyval. I was talking about the Combination K night fighting video and how it's not as good as you think it is, unfortunately. I hate to say it, but it's not. I actually talked to some people whose judgment and knowledge I trust on the subject, and they brought up a couple of things that were very concerning. For me. The big one, so first of all, there were some alarm bells for me subconsciously. The big one being that she was just reading off of the literature without commentary. That was the first thing, reading off the literature without commentary. Actually, no, that wasn't the first alarm bell. The first alarm bell was the phrase Gulf War psychosis. That one I kind of pushed off to the side and I was like, maybe that's just her being a bit zesty. But then it was just reading off the literature without any commentary or analysis. That worried me. So I talked to some people whose knowledge and judgment I trust. Particularly, I don't know if you've ever seen What Is Moo? He did a really good field guide on the Soviet army from the perspective of the average soldier who's going to be engaging Soviet vehicles. And basically one of the best things he did in that video was like, I'm not going to talk about compositions or mixtures or millimeters, because that kind of minutiae has been too delved into by games like War Thunder, World of Tanks and such, which while they can be fun, aren't really useful. Instead, we're going to look at it from the perspective of what tank needs a law and what tank needs a tow. Yo! We've got reinforcements. Oh, Delta's that way. Where's the enemy axis of attack coming from? Yeah, that's what they do, Dusk. That is entirely what they do. And so, like I said, I asked What Is Moo, and I actually asked What Is Moo about this. And he brought up another thing that really was like the final nail in the coffin for me on sort of her credibility. And that is that unfortunately, Combination K is an unironic tanky. And as soon as I had that connection, I was like, oh yeah, no, we're done here. I'm sorry. We're done here. She's not as good as I was hoping. She's not as good as I thought she might be. Ugh. I would highly recommend watching What Is Moo's field guide to the Soviet Army if you have it, by the way. It's excellent. I'm really, really sad that he hasn't continued it, but I also know why. He's working on a thesis that is basically taking up his time, a lot of his time and energy right now. So he can't put that into researching things into research for the Soviet Army field guide. And shot over. Come on. Reload, 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 reload. Come on, Hans. Yes! Woo! Reload. Shit, 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 shit. Back, 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 back. Restock our APDS while we're at it. Okay, illumination flares are gone. Wait, no, never mind, they're back. Oh, we have pissed them off. Where's that tank at? Woo! Come on, come on, come on, come on! Woo! Moving aggressively. Infantry are attacking north of BP Charlie. Shit, high, 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 high! Reload, 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 reload! Short! Oh no, we got him, we got him, we got him, he's burning! Ooh! Alright. Troops are gonna be up front. Okay. Look for any RPG gunners. They're priority. Down you go. Oh, we got another group on the right. Pull over. Let's see if we can spot them. We don't want to get too close. Watch out for those RKGs. Alright, that should be the last of those troops there. Yeah, no, it's like... So, the comparison I would make to her content is, and I will say... Oh, got him! Oh my god, we are making so much more progress than last time. Oh, using the artillery. That's the big lesson we needed to learn for sure. Making use of the artillery. Because that's what got us last time. Oh, there's another illumination flare. Let's get to those houses. Anything we can see here that's lit up by the illumination flare? Not really. But we're also embedded with friendly troops now, so we are in a better position to actually engage anything that might pop up. More likely than not, anything that's going to be here is going to be hostile troops. Let's pop an artillery barrage in that general area just to be certain. Also, while we're here, let's see if there's anything else of note. BP Alpha might be under attack, but more likely than not, friendly tank platoon is already. Yeah, no, I noticed that as well. So the first thing that really helped me was only engage the first group of tanks and BTRs very briefly. Prioritize the tanks. Let artillery, prioritize the tanks, knock them out, let artillery handle the rest of that group. Then I need to, very briefly try and hit at least one or two of the enemy tanks, then swing around and hit that group that's going to try and come at me from the left. That's the big thing I learned with that is that needs to be my action flow, is prioritize the tanks of that first group over the berm, prioritize the tanks there, knock them out, use artillery to take out the APCs and infantry. Then, like I said, swing around to hit that infantry group that is to the left. What the hell is this other tank doing here is what I want to know. Like, why is this tank out at BP Alpha? The tank that lost its loader. Okay, where's second platoon at? Second platoon needs to move up. So let's bring them over. Give me one moment. Okay, sorry about that. What was it? Oh, yeah. So let's bring second platoon up towards BP Delta, and have them join us. Have them join the remaining tank of first platoon. That is very likely. That's actually a pretty good chance that is what happened, Tusk, is because the other tank was the platoon leader. It didn't follow. You're right, that is entirely possible. Because that tank was still listed as labeled as the platoon leader. The other tank didn't follow me because that was, because it wasn't the platoon leader. But we're going to bring these tanks over now. We're going to bring second platoon up into the BP Delta village behind it. And then we will bring the other tank from first platoon up to join it. So we'll bring the other tank from first platoon, which did admittedly lose its loader, up towards BP Delta and go from there. We may actually run into some trouble. Hopefully we're not going to run into any trouble, because I did notice that we lost the tank that did move up to BP Delta. I'm hoping that's not foreshadowing of a bigger problem, but we're gonna find out. I positioned yeah, I know, right, Robin? a leopard with a living loader. This must be a fake video. Let's see, we are going to turn right at the next bridge, and that'll get us on the right side of the highway to get to BP Delta. Once we're there, like I said, we'll try and use these tanks as a group, although that's going to be interesting to say the least. I am so looking forward. By the way, that's the thing I was saying. I'm so looking forward to whenever multiplayer shows up in this game, if for no other reason than because it'll be so much easier to organize multiple platoons and do more aggressive tactics like that. Because they were saying that they're gonna try and do both, where you can play as, say, driver versus driver, maybe like driver, one player is the driver, one player is TC and gunner, and also that they're gonna have also let it be like multiple players controlling different tanks. I feel like that's actually not a bad setup right there. That actually would be a good setup for missions like Table Salt 1, where you start with fewer tanks and get reinforced. So you start off where, let's say you have 4 people, right? Let's say you have 4 people. You have the 2 tanks, you have 2 players as drivers, 2 players as TC and gunner. But then, once the second platoon arrives, you switch over to each player controlling a tank independently. I know, right? It's gonna be fucking fire. The best part is gonna be having... That's not friendly. Oh, I knew there was something I missed. Oh, we finally finished Table Salt 1. I had to bring over second platoon. Oh no, I had to bring over the oh God, that's actually the funniest thing. That's the funniest thing, is I killed the last enemy tank with the tank with a dead loader. I killed the last enemy tank using the tank with a dead loader. Hans got his revenge. Hans got his fucking revenge. Oh, no, Robin. I don't think you're going to have full 3-man or 4-man crews. I think it's going to be, even when multi-crew gets implemented, each tank is only going to have 2 crew slots. Driver and... one is going to be driver, the other one's going to be the combined gunner and TC. Maybe we'll see 3, because obviously having a player as the loader is a little redundant, honestly. But I really think what we're going to see is going to be driver and then gunner and TC are combined. I think that's what we're going to see for multi-crew whenever that shows up. Oh, what did we lose, I wonder? Let's see. Because I know we lost one of the leopards. We hit that BTR. We hit that BTR a lot. Is that the same BTR? No, it's not the same BTR. Okay. We hit this BTR twice. Then we hit this BTR. This is what took out our loader. We brought the next tank up. And... next tank up. That hit. Oh, that's a bad day to be a T-55 right there. That is a bad day to be a T-55 right there. That's also a bad day to be a T-55. Is this the same T-55? It might be, actually. No, they're 2 different T-55s. Okay. And then we hit this one again. That was a 155 shell. Yeah, I figured that was the case, actually, Robin. I figured that was the case. I was just saying that for gameplay purposes, we will probably not see... I don't think we're going to see Tank Commander... I don't think we're going to see TC and Gunner as 2 separate positions whenever multi-crew happens, just because... at that point, you're getting to the point where... because at that point, you're getting to the question of each of those players isn't doing as much. Yep, that's the next 155. I'm also really thinking, I want to know if they have ever tested I want to know if they have ever tested if they've tested DPICM or not. Because imagine, like you said, this is 155HE, right? Imagine what would happen if we had access to the forbidden popcorn. Imagine if we had access to the forbidden popcorn. Like, just call in artillery. Just as all the little submunitions start going off. Now that would be a very bad day. Oh, our infantry got in on it too. He laid down the law. He laid down the law. God, I love the M72. It's such a goofy little thing. It's literally just ha-ha tube. It is legitimately the purest essence of ha-ha tube. Ooh. That's another 72. That's another M72. That's a BTR taken out. That's another tank taken out. BTR. That's the hit that killed that BTR. Oh, that's a shitty day for that T-55. Heat round into the side hull ammo rack. Oh, that's no wonder that one went up pretty much immediately. You know, I don't know. I haven't done any of the missions with Cass yet. Robin. So actually, that's a good question. I don't know if they have. I might have to have a look and see if they do. But I'm also just so glad that right off the bat already, we got through Table Salt 1. We finally succeeded at Table Salt 1. Oh, it feels so good. Cannot wait to run this again. And cannot wait to run this again in the future, but swap it out for Leopard 2s. That's gonna be dumb. That's gonna be dumb as hell. Imagine doing this mission, but in a Leopard 2. It would probably be, because like I said, I think we've talked about which Leopard 2 it would be, because there's a couple different variants of it, obviously. And the A4 is too new for this game. The Leopard 2 A4 is too new. So it would most likely be the 2A1 and the baseline Leopard 2. Either it would be the 2A1 and the 2A. Oh, that would actually be an interesting setup. Is 2A1, 2A2. That's a real possibility. Leopard 2A1, Leopard 2A2. Or actually not even 2A1. Leopard, baseline Leopard 2, Leopard 2A1. I think that whenever we get Leopard 2s in game, those will probably be the two that we're seeing. Are Leopard 2 and Leopard 2A1. And the main difference between the two of them is in their gunner sight. So Leopard 2, when it first entered the inventory, you probably know this already, but I'm mentioning it anyways. When Leopard 2 first entered the inventory, it didn't have the thermal sight. It was still using the PZB 200 low light television system of the Leopard 1. So just go into the test range here. I shouldn't even go to the test range. Just basically, so it was using the same sight as the Leopard 1 A1 A4 with the low light television system, as opposed to any sort of proper thermal sight like the M1, the TTS, and so on have. Ooh, we could do that. But nah, I'm thinking I know what I want to go now. I know what I want to run into next. Not this one. Ooh. No. No, that could be interesting. Actually, casual cleanup. It's a shame that it's not at night. But you know what? Let's run casual cleanup. Let's run casual cleanup and see how that is, just to come down off of Table Salt. Because also, I love the TTS. I love the M60 TTS. It's just such a neat little... It's neat, I think, is the easiest way I can explain it. There's something about the M60 TTS that I think is just neat. And I think a lot of it has to do with, I really love the... I think I know what it is. I know exactly what it is. It's the same reason why I want the Leopard A4. It's the same reason why I want the Leopard the Leopard A4 is I really like upgraded and late variants of older tanks a lot. So stuff like the M60 TTS or the M60 TTS, the Leopard 1A4, the Canadian Leopard ones. Now, I don't think we're ever going to get them, but I would be so fucking excited if we got the Canadian Leopards. Like, imagine running up on somebody with a Leopard 1 that's got a laser range. It doesn't have a thermal sight, but it's got a laser rangefinder. So you've got a Leopard 1 with a, what is it, Leopard 1 with a laser rangefinder. So you got a Leopard 1 with a laser rangefinder and a fire and a full-on integrated fire control system. I don't know if you've ever seen it or not, but if you've never seen the Canadian Leopards, they were at the time period this game takes place in, 1985, and the part of Europe this game is in, the Centag region, particularly, well, the game focuses on the Fulda Gap, but it can honestly be seen as sort of the broader Centag region. The Canadian Leopards were the hottest Leopard 1s in theater because the Leopard 1A5 was at best barely entering the inventory at this point. And the only thing hotter than the Canadian Leopards in Centag were the Leopard 2s and the M1s. There. Shit, we lost the Lurf. We've lost the laser rangefinder. Fuck it. Commander override. At least we only lost our laser rangefinder. It's not ideal, but I can run off battle sight. Oh, we need to get better positioning because I cannot see them from here. Or I can see them, but they just immediately duck down as soon as I see them. Got him that time for sure. All right, that's that one taken care of. Next grouping. Right, sit down. Got him that time. Remember, kids, if you see sandbags, it eats a heat. If you see sandbags, it eats a heat. Yeah, I know, it's great, isn't it, Pecan? It's a very special tism. It's a very special tism, Pecan, believe me. And it's one that leads you into some really, it's one that unfortunately you have to develop a sort of a bullshit filter. That's the best way I can put it. You really have to develop a bit of a bullshit filter, because there's a lot of people who will take advantage of that tism to make you believe stuff that is frankly objectively not true. That is objectively not true. The classic example for that being the Varibu. Ah, that's what took out my laser rangefinder. Where was that fucker at? That's that one. Okay. And the second was a heat round against this BRDM. I am really looking forward to, one of the things I'm really looking forward to is, so this BRDM, right? This BRDM obviously had a very bad day. There is going to be, actually really simple, because you want to know how it didn't, you want to know why it didn't kill me actually, Dusk? It's because it hit this outside storage box here, right? It hit this outside storage box. And one of the very important things to understand about shaped charges is they're an explosive lens. And like most lenses, they have a focal point. Because this RPG detonated too far away from my main armor, once the jet hit my main armor, it was out of focus. So here, let me actually pull up MS Paint so I can show you what I'm talking about. I can show you what I'm talking about here. Like I said, so you can really see what I'm talking about, because it helps to have a visual guide. You know, let's do it in this one so that we have a little bit better cropping. There we go. Okay, so here's paint, right? So this is paint. And now let's just draw a quick RPG. Let's just draw a quick RPG. So bop, 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 bop. That's our RPG. This is our copper cone. Actually, no, let's do it with this brush so that we don't have to worry about gaps or whatever. Nope. No, that one. Maximum line thickness. Bop, 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 bop. This is our RPG, roughly a diamond shape. Now, then you have the copper cone. The copper cone is inside of the warhead, kind of like this. And then behind that is the explosive charge. I know, I'm explaining the basic layout of a heat charge to people who probably, at least some of which probably already know this part. But there's a point here. There's a point here. So when this goes off, as we all know, it makes the copper cone turn inside out. It makes the copper cone turn inside out, and then that becomes the jet, right? Like that becomes the jet. And this front hollow section is there to make sure that when this happens, the jet is at the ideal distance that it focuses in. Like I said, think like a lens. It focuses in like a lens. But because it's focusing in like a lens, if it detonates too far away from the armor, it will start to come out of focus. Kind of like this. This is exaggerated for visual effect, but I hope it gives the idea. If the heat charge is too far away from the armor when it detonates, this is what happens. The jet goes out of focus, and while it's not completely harmless, it's a lot less effective. So that if this hit, so that when this hit the turret armor on my tank, the armor was strong enough to stop the out of focus jet. It would not have stopped the in focus jet. That side sponson box that probably carries like tools or some other equipment like that, That is 100% what saved the tank. The sponson box saved the tank. Without that sponson box, things would have been a lot worse. That's a very simple mission though, huh? I didn't realize how simple that mission was gonna be. Oh well. Let's see. A couple more actually that I want to try out actually that I've seen. Native narrative. We've got BTR 60s, TA 72s, and entrenched infantry. We're probably going to start this one once the ad break comes to an end. Hey there, Robin. We were just talking about, I was just talking about how the RPG that hit the sponson box on the side of my tank, if I didn't have that sponson box, that RPG would have killed me. But because it hit that sponson box, I was talking about the concept of ideal standoff distance and how heat rounds are basically explosive lenses. And so that sponson box literally saved my life. Without that, if that sponson box hadn't been there and the RPG had hit my turret straight on, that would have killed the tank. But the sponson box took the jet from the RPG and threw it out of focus because it was too far away from the tank's armor when it detonated. Let's see here. We've got native narrative, gunnery duel. Ooh, this could be a fun one too. Tank section in support of 2 platoon on their assault on objective Sasha. Enemy tank section has been suppressed and they've lost at least 1 tank. Assault on the objective will begin. We have 4 M113s, 4 infantry squads, along with 2 M1 IPs. What else is there? Rolling the flank. What is cheap tricks? Ooh, M60A3s against a company of BTR 60s, 2 ATGM teams, elements of a motor rifle regiment. Do they have any heavy armor? It doesn't look like it. AT guns are apparently in the area. Those will most likely be M10 Rapiras, either M10 Rapiras or SPG 9s. Prying eyes. What's this? BRDM2, MI24. Oh, it's this mission. I remember this mission. This is another mission I am very bad at. You're driving around with the BRDMs to locate an enemy tank platoon so that helicopters can come in and destroy it. This is a rough mission because you end up inevitably running into their outer screen element, which is a bunch of 113s, and those 113s no, you're right about the wood, but it wasn't M113s, Robin. It was V150s. I know the exact image you're talking about. And it gets even funnier if we're talking about the same vehicle. We're talking about the same vehicle. The Philippine vehicle that had the wood strapped onto it is famous because of what was also spray painted on the side of it. Here, I'll pull it up so everybody can see what I'm talking about here. Pull you up. Because you're talking about this vehicle, right? The free Wi-Fi with all the wood strapped onto it to help protect against RPGs. I think another one that was also in this same sort of situation had, along with wood, there was another one that had cardboard on it. I remember that one as well. I remember the free Wi-Fi V150. The free Wi-Fi V150 is so fucking dumb. I love the free Wi-Fi car. Like here, more images from another angle. But then there was another one as well that had cardboard on the side for the exact same purpose that you were saying before. Let's see if I can find that one. No, it seems like it's just the free Wi-Fi V150, which is still, like I said, one of the funniest fucking vehicles, and I love this thing. I would love to see. I know that Josh is probably not going to do it because of the constraints of the time period and theater. But do you know what some vehicles I would love to see modders add to Gunner Heat PC as the game gets further developed? So there's a few that obviously everyone wants to see. Most popular is Northag. I already know. Most popular is Northag. People really want British Army on the Rhine. They want chieftains. Like, that's a very well-known one, obviously. People really want chieftains. Because, I mean, look at the fucking chieftain. Look at the chieftain and tell me you wouldn't want to drive around a fucking chieftain. And maybe Josh will do an expansion for along with modders. Maybe Josh will also do an expansion for Northag going in at some point in the distant future. But another vehicle I'd love to see. I don't know if these were ever deployed in Europe. But the LAV 300 with the 90mm gun. This would be a fun fucking vehicle. This would be a really fun fucking vehicle. This thing right here. 6 wheels, 90mm heat tosser. Basically, it's the vehicle that looks at the BMP-1 and says, bitch. Actually, no. Okay, also, ad break starting, so everybody take a chance here. Get up, get a stretch. And we will be back momentarily. Hey there, Blaze. Unfortunately, we're going into an ad break. We'll see you on the other side. are back. There we go. And we are back now. So, let's talk about the LAV 300, right? Let's talk about the LAV 300 and how That would be really cool for modders to add, or eventually whenever Josh gets around to saying the main game is done and Radiant is now working on expansions. One of the other things that'd be really cool to see would be, so North Ag is probably going to be the first expansion if they ever get around to that point of saying the game is done and we're ready to work on expansions now. But alongside North Ag, two other theaters I would love to see. Two other theaters I would love to see alongside North Ag, and this is probably where modders will come in. Southeast Asia and Africa. Imagine 80s Africa theater. Straight up, death to the MPLA! Running around, or like, you know, running around in like fucking, what are they called? Who was it? It does take a bit. What is it, Bravin? I know the Martyr is coming, and the M901 is going to get added back in at some point because they're going to do the detailed crew and use that probably use that as a showcase for detailed crew. Yeah, no, nobody's going to do that. But what I'm hoping is eventually people making separate mods. So for example, doing separate vehicles and such, that starts to get compiled. So over time, as modders get more practice in, as modders get more developed in making their own individual mods that each add a specific smaller thing, as those build up, we'll see. Yeah, no, I know it is, Blaze. I know it is. I'm just talking about this is stuff I would love to see going in the future at some point. But where were we? We were gonna do gunnery duel. We're gonna run gunnery duel. Yeah, no, it's gonna be hopefully it explodes. Hopefully it explodes once we get to a bigger release and we've got stuff like proper, even if they're not official, actual tools to help in the aid, to help in the development of mods. Oh, we're the T80s. Okay. I read that wrong. Well, this is going to get interesting. Because they've got thermals. Yeah, gunnery duel. Also known as they have thermals. 3BM32 should be able to do it unless they're IPs. Now, if they're IPs, then yeah, we're fucked. If they're IPs, we are fucked. But what I'm more concerned about than the armor is the sensor disadvantage. Oh god, they are IPs. Oh god. Yeah, this is going to be interesting then. This is going to get very interesting. The bigger thing I'm concerned about though, like I said, is the sensor disadvantage. Remember, T80s don't have thermals. T80s don't have thermals. M1s do. So that's going to be fun, to say the least. We'll see. I hope they are. I would hope they are, but I understand, like, with considering the state of the state of development the game is in right now, I would understand if they weren't. Even though, like I said, I hope they do. I hope they are. Even if it's just like whether it's just a flat multiplier to visibility, which is probably the easiest way of doing it. Is just instead of trying to do like some really complex, realistic effect of weather on visibility, just a simple flat multiplier. Oh, it's raining. AI can only see like 60% as far. You know, their vision range is cut by like 50% or whatever. Just, I'm not even trying to be accurate. I'm just throwing numbers out. Where the fuck are they? That's the real question now. Is where the fuck are they? Because that looks like infantry positions. But that's not what I need to find. I need to find their armor. Set a battle site because I'm probably not even going to bother lasing them. Because I don't like what Delta D does. Packed increased lethality. Packed increased lethality is kind of funny to me. Because it's an interesting mod. But it really does just... I'm going to be real with you, Blaze. While it's an interesting mod, in some ways, it also kind of feels like tanky cope. But adding in, I should say, packed increased lethality, M3A2 and M1A1 should be a combined mod, because otherwise it starts to kind of feel like tanky. It starts to feel like tanky cope. And yeah, partner, Gunner Heat PC. I really, really like this game a lot. Yeah, Gunner Heat PC is actually a really good game. And if you are somebody who is looking to quit playing War Thunder, this is a great game to help you get out of that. It's a great game to help you get out of that digital gulag. Oh god, they put a B3 in it? Oh yeah, that's bullshit. That is bullshit. Putting a B3 in is bullshit. If you're gonna put in an upgraded T-72, it would be the T-72B. It'd be the T-72B, the Obrazets 1989, not the T-72B3. So yeah, that tells me everything I need to know about the packed increased lethality guy. It tells me everything I need to know about the packed increased lethality guy. Because, like I said, the T-72B Obrazets 1989. What? What else does it have? What else does it have, Blaze? Multiple things you can put on the tanks. I don't like being this close into the town, because this really does look like a bunch of... And B3M? Okay, yeah, no, now you're just bullshitting. Now they really are just bullshitting. Because like I said, if you wanted to make an honest Soviet modernization mod for this game, if you wanted to have an honest modernization mod for Gunner Heat PC to bring it up to like Fulda 1990, which is honestly a great idea. A 1990 mod would be really good. I'm not even gonna, like, a 1990 mod where you're starting to see A2 Bradleys, M1A1, early BMP3s and the like. That would be a legitimately fun mod. Like a 1990 modernization would be a really fun mod. T80U, M1A1, M3, A2 Bradley. and so on and so forth, that would be a really fun mod. But as you're saying, like you're telling me right now, that's not what Pact Increased Lethality is. Ooh, that might be something I look into then, actually, then, Blaze. That is something I might look into then. So that we have, like I said, sort of a... So that we have that sort of, like I said, 1990 modernization. Because I know there's the two different M1A1 mods. There's Swiss's and there's... Yes, partner, it is a lot like Squad in that sense. It is a lot like Squad where you'll have these several minutes where nothing is happening. You're just driving along. But then you get into the shit and everything starts to happen. And it becomes abject terror. Where are they? God, I'm trying to think about how awful this would be. How awful this would be if it was... You know, it's funny because I've been considering picking up Squad or Arma Reforger. So it's funny you say that, partner, because those are two games I've been thinking about picking up. Squad and Arma Reforger. More likely than not Squad if I do. Oh, it would be very interesting. It would be very interesting, Robert. Oh, that's a thing we could, if I had more people. If I had more people. Oh, no. You know what would be a great game to run stuff like that in? You mentioned the Squad and Arma Reforger, right? You know what would be a great game to run that in? It's not quite as, quote unquote hardcore as either Squad or Arma Reforger, but Insurgency Sandstorm. Insurgency Sandstorm would be a fun one to do that in as well. Okay. We do not have first shooter advantage, but we know their position now. This is the dumbest engagement now. Yes, it was. It's originally based off of Insurgency, which, like you said, Counter-Strike spinoff. This is such a dumb engagement. Because I couldn't find them. Was the main thing, right? That was the dumbest engagement ever. Like, not even close how dumb that engagement was. Squad's very limited and most people play it like Hell Let Loose, where they don't communicate at all and just one-man shit. Ah, that sucks. The other reason, Blaze, I will say, another reason though, the other reason why I would more likely get Arma Reforger over Squad is the helicopters. So I do a lot of flight simming as well, and because of that, I feel like I would end up becoming designated helicopter pilot in either one of those games, and I would enjoy it a lot more in Armor Reforger. We hit something there. Oh, we got one! We got one! Here. Yeah, that was definitely a big factor, is the rain made it a lot easier to spot them. Oh fuck, you're right. You're fucking right. We're at like 2,500 meters. Why am I not using the Cobra? You're absolutely right, Blaze. Why the fuck am I not using the Cobra? It's not like, you know, this is Songster. It's not Songster. This is because this is Sniper, not Songster. This is the one that's actually able to kill things. Fuck, I accidentally loaded HE. I accidentally indexed HE. Yeah, that's Shazam, no. But so, okay. In a moment, for just a moment, I'm actually gonna pull up, once we finish this, I'll pull up Wadismu's guide to the Soviet army, because I love his description of Soviet 125mm gun launched ATGMs. Ah! Bastard. Okay, back to Sabo. Reforger released a new update like less than 2 months ago that adds a, oh, that's cool. Building and foliage destruction is really cool to see. Man, I don't know how many people I know who would be into it. But if I knew people who'd be into it, yeah, no, I would totally be up for doing Armor Reforger streams with people if I knew people who were into that. Now you mentioned that. We see them from here? No. Set platoon formation to line. We have some wider spacing. Shit. We've got them identified though, so. Cutter super elevation. Missile out. Was that a hit? Yes, it was. Don't think it was enough to destroy the... Nope, was not. Okay. Second tank. Oh, yeah, this is where it all starts going wrong. Kind of figure this is where it's all going to start going wrong. Right about now. Oh, that's target. Hit on target. We've lost the track. But, yeah, no, Robin, I'm doing that entirely because Blaze in the Twitch chat reminded me that the T80B has the sniper. That's the entire reason why I did that, Robin, is Blaze reminded me that T80B has the sniper. And more importantly, Blaze reminded me, not just that T80B has the sniper, but that sniper is not a piece of shit like Songster. That's the other big thing. Oh, that's so unlucky right there. Oh, god damn it. So that was in fact a hit, but man, just a complete bad luck hit right there. But also, I was saying, I wanted to pull up moves. I wanted to pull up what is moves. I want to pull up what is moves video on the Songster. The Songster and the sniper. Oh, no. Oh, God, no. It's not the sniper. It's the Songster. It's the Songster. That's why it wasn't able to go through. Oh, that explains a lot. Oh, I thought they had the good version, but the good version's actually too new. So they're not running around with sniper like I thought they were. Yeah, no, the M1 should be terrifying. That's what it was designed to be. The M1 was designed to be entirely the entire raison d'etre, the entire reason the M1, the Leopard 2, the Challenger, all of the NATO box tanks, their entire reason for existing is to bully the shit out of the T-Series. That is their entire reason for existing. Oh, it is 9M112M, which is 9M112M. Has increased penetration, a 20% increased penetration. Okay, but it's not really what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is the... I want to say that actually. Go here. Go here. Oh no, it's right here. It's literally right here. I wanted to pull this up, and not the whole thing, mind you. Not the whole thing. Just the part about the 125mm gun launched ATGMs, because the way Moo describes them is funny as hell. I thought it was funny as hell.
Package for the T55 with 115mm smooth.
Not this part. Where is it?
The or side of the hull. It's just standoff plates. It is you shoot at it because
yeah, no.
It should generally penetrate.
This is like one of my favorite guides to the Soviet Army,
such as the Gill armor, which I don't believe I mentioned because it's garbage and weird. It's just standoff plates on spring-loaded extensions off the side of the hull.
But where is it? Not Swinger. Swinger is the 115mm ATGM, which, by the way, I'm really sad. So you know this already. There is a T55M mod. I actually played around with that for a little while because it was fun. I'm a little sad. There is Blaze, I've seen that one, but I'm a little sad that Swiss made the T55M mod, but has not yet done a T62M mod. I feel like if you were going to do either... Oh, is there a T62M mod in that? Does it actually model Illich's eyebrows? Huh. That might actually be a reason for me to grab that mod then, huh? Because I know that Swiss did the Swiss Grenadier. Oh no, the T55AD. Oh, the T55AD. We love the weird Afghanistan thing. We love the weird Afghanistan thing so much. No, this isn't what I'm looking for. I am looking for something specific.
Which had a new frontal hull array with 5 layers, as well as the smoke grenades. Introduced in Leopard 2 as a farm Soviet gun. It adds the AT-8 Songster gun-launched missile.
This is the part I'm talking about here.
Control system and a laser range.
Where he's talking about the Songster missile.
Songster, like other gun-launched anti-tank missiles, extends Soviet gun range and accuracy while having a smaller firing signature. However, the warhead on Songster is deeply underwhelming. AT-11 Sniper, introduced in 1985, has a far more powerful warhead, which is marginal against the frontal armor of early Abrams Leopard 2A0-4 and Challenger 1, but also expands the angle at which it could defeat the side armor. A tandem warhead version of AT...
But yeah, that's the thing I was looking at. It's like, just the way he says deeply underwhelming while talking about the AT-8 Songster is just... You can just feel the disappointment in his voice. You can feel the disappointment in his voice when he says that AT-8 Songster is deeply underwhelming. Oh, that's easy. Which one was... What's the one that lights shit on fire, Bampanoy? That's an easy question. That's a very easy question. It's that one. It's that one. Like, regardless of anything else, it's that one. Oh, this is the M. It is the M. So it is slightly upgraded, and it might be marginal against the Abrams, but it's at most we're really just going to use it for our first shots, and then we'll go from there. Platoon formation line. Shit, they're... Oh, I can't see them through the dust. Now the T-64 kept the 20mm backing throughout most of its service life. Wait, what 20mm backing? Are you talking about the anti-radiation coating on the inside? Because, well, yeah, of course they were going to keep that. You need that to fight. You need that for when somebody opens a can of sunshine. That's the entire point of that backing, if it's that one. You lose them in the fucking... Yeah. Backing plate. But, okay, why would you get rid of the backing plate is the question I'm trying to ask, though, Robin. Why would you get rid of that backing plate? Wait. Are you talking about the extra front hull armor that was welded on for the T-64B? Is that the one you're talking about? Okay, now we can switch priorities. Whew. Second tank is moving up. Where the hell are they? I can see their tracers. I can't see it from here, so I have to move up a little. Alright, I see the smoke. That's probably where they're shooting from. Got him! Oh! Oh no, the autoloader's damaged! We're getting good hits on target though. Okay, that should take care of the enemy armor. APCs are moving up. Oh, you mean the thickness? That's what you mean. Well, the reason for that, Robin, is because when they went over to the T-64 BV, instead of doing the 50, it's because they used the 5-layer sandwich. They used the 5-layer plate on the T-64 BV. That's why. That's why they didn't ever go to the 50mm backing plate. It's because the T-64 BV ended up bringing in the 5-layer glassy. That's why it didn't do that. Vampanoy, I will put you... Vampanoy, do you want to know what it's like inside a T-80? Do you really want to know what it's like inside a T-80? Actually, no. Better idea. Better idea. I'm going to take you. I'm going to put you in a T-62. And I'm going to make you fight in that piece of shit. You're going to fight in that piece of shit. A vehicle designed for 4 left-handed midgets. See how you like that? Okay, we've got hostile PCs inbound. So, switch back over from HE to heat. And let's see if we can get into good position. That tank section is still going to be in the area, but they're not the main problem. Oh, shit, 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 shit. Ooh. But yeah, because that was specifically for the BV, and kind of like you said, the BV was a very rare tank. It's because, like I said, the revised hull array was specifically for the BV, and the BVs were rare. Like, really damn rare. Oh no, this one's completely fucked. Oh, this tank is completely fucked. What about this one? Oh, this one's over here with no tracks. With no left track. Can I get a visual from here, though? Yes, I can. Oh, let's see how bad this was. Oh, that's a good lucky hit right there. That's a good lucky hit right there. Yeah, only newly built 64 BVs got it, and that's what I'm saying. Those were very rare. Those were very rare indeed. So it's not surprising that most T64s didn't get the 50 millimeter rear hull plate, hull backing plate. Well, yeah, of course I did, Bampinoy. Of course I did. Who do you think I am? Who do you think I am? Also, did you know that the Sherman is actually kind of neat? The Sherman is kind of neat, and I really like the Sherman. It's just a neat little thing. It had issues, particularly because of its engine. Believe it or not, most of the real problems with the Sherman were because of its engine, but not the reason everybody thinks. So the real problem with the Sherman was it was huge. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen a Sherman up close or even next to a person for scale. The Sherman is a very tall vehicle. It sticks out like a sore thumb. It's massive. But the reason for that is because when the Sherman was originally designed, it was using a radial engine because it's what they had. It was what was available. They wanted a powerful engine that was immediately available instead of having to wait for a new engine to be developed. So they took a radial engine that, was it Wright or Continental that made this engine? I have to look now. I want to say it was Wright though, because it was the R975. It was the Wright R975. The Wright R975 Whirlwind was the engine used in the original Sherman design. But I don't know if you've ever seen a radial engine before. They have a bit of a problem. Radial engines have a bit of a problem. And I'm going to post this, and I want you to guess what the problem with radial engines is. It should be pretty straightforward. You should be able to figure this one out. I hope you can see what the problem with a radial engine is. And this thing couldn't, and they couldn't do anything cute like mount it horizontally or whatever. It had to be mounted this way. And because of that, it made the engine bay very tall. Which extended out to the rest of the vehicle, which again, altogether made it a very tall vehicle. There were some prototype tanks in development that took advantage of new engines to solve this problem, but none of them ever entered service because by the time they were in development, the war was already on and they had some issues of their own. The classic example being the T20. The T20, because it didn't use a radial engine and use the Ford GAA V8 from the get-go, could be a much better shape. Honestly, at least in terms of geometry, the T20 is the tank the Sherman should have been. Now, there are other problems with the T20. Let's get that out right now. There are other problems with the T20. They were trying to do a lot of really clever things with its drive systems, with its transmission and drive system that really hurt the T20's development. But in terms of just pure shape, the T20 is what the Sherman should have been if they didn't have to put a radial engine in the Sherman. But they had to put a radial engine in the Sherman, and that's why the Sherman looks the way it does. That would have been fucking hilarious, Blaze, if you could go back and take a gas turbine engine back to like 1935 and have to put that in the Sherman. Like, they wouldn't have been able to make a gas turbine engine worth a damn in 1935, even if you brought a modern gas turbine design back in time with you. Just the metallurgy and manufacturing processes aren't there. But imagine bringing like a 1960s gas turbine engine back to the 1930s or even the 1920s as well as some of the documentation. It would have to be a very early, very primitive gas turbine. So like late 1950s, early 1960s. And even then, I don't think they would have been able to figure it out, just because you need to develop those manufacturing processes. And that takes a lot of time. But it would have been really, really funny. Really, really, really funny to have a gas turbine Sherman. Yeah, no. Imagine the ludicrousness of a gas turbine Sherman. Oh no, I've heard about Pact Partnership, Blaze. I've heard about Pact Partnership. I know there is another mission. There's another mission that goes even further. I think you might have been the one who talked about it as well. Alongside Pact Partnership, Longer Road. You know what? I think we're going to try Longer Road. And just see how badly it kills me. Longer Road. Where are you? There you are. You and your wingman have been cut off by enemy forces for the past 6 hours. Your wingman tank has no FCS and yours could go offline any minute. And it's nighttime. Whee! Here we go. Oh, that would be so fucking dumb, Robin. The T-28 with a gas turbine would be such a dumb fucking vehicle. It would be like, hey, what if we took this thing and somehow made it even worse? That's what that would end up being. Just because, like I said, you're asking the 1940s to make a gas turbine engine. You're asking the 1940s to make a gas turbine engine. That's gonna be interesting. All right, let's set battle site just in case. You know, that's actually a really fun idea. That would be really fun, Robin. Rerun Longer Road under similar conditions, but instead of the M1 IPs, running it with like Leopard 2s. Imagine running this with Leopard 2s. Ooh boy, this is gonna get interesting. That's for sure. Just take things nice and gentle. Nice and gentle. T64 looks at you funny and you become a Leopard 2000. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, we lost that group. Let's just keep on moving though. Keep things quiet, keep things calm, keep things gentle. Get him! Or side T-64 becomes T-64,000. Yeah, no. Kharkov space program. That is what that is. You know, that situation, that's exactly what that is. It's Kharkov space program. Oh, I'm already feeling it, Blaze. I'm already feeling that. Yeah. Let's see. We've got 8 rounds of heat if we include the one in the tube right now. So let's just keep let's keep moving. We're going to be pretty... This is going to be a pretty uncomfortable situation overall. Second tank has no FCS. Now, I don't know when we're going to lose, I don't know when we're going to lose ours. I hope Josh actually goes and redoes the thermal imagers so that they look more like... So Chieftain did a really good video. I don't know if you saw this one. You've probably seen this one because it's one of the... But, oh shit, I do. They did. But no, what I'm saying is, so right now, thermals are a bit too high resolution, actually, believe it or not. Or not even high resolution, the contrast is set wrong. So Chieftain's, because in Chieftain's Switchology video for the Abrams, he actually talks about this. Oh, fuck. What the fuck are those? Oh god, I know what these are. I know what these are. Not Sabo, not Sabo, not Sabo. What the fuck are those? That's okay. No, I was right. I was right the first time. You were right. Oh god. Not Sabo for these. I thought these were PT-76s, but when the first one shrugged off a heat round, I wasn't so sure. I wasn't so sure if those were PT-76s after the first one shrugged off a heat round like that. That had me kind of nervous. That had me kind of nervous. You also have to understand we're not in good condition, Blaze. And I've always got that thought in the back of my mind. When is the FCS going to fail? And if it fails, am I going to lose thermals? That's the thing you got to remember. I have that constantly going on in the back of my mind is, when is the FCS going to fail? And if it fails, will I lose thermals with it? Fuck you, BMP! FCS is gone! I thought it was! I kind of thought it might have been! I was like, that's a weird shape! What the hell is that thing? shit. Honest to God, I thought that was like, I didn't know those were PT-76s. I had no fucking clue what those were, and it was freaking me the fuck out. I was like, I hit it with a heat. Like, my first thought, Blaze, was, oh, those are PT-76s. Let me switch over to heat. I hit one with a heat round. It does not die. And immediately, I'm just like, I just start questioning. I'm like, oh, fuck. Is that actually a PT-76? And I'm just like, fuck. Actually, no, I don't, Bampanoy. I do not. I can tell you somebody who does. Exactly, Blaze. That is exactly the thought process I had. It's like, wait, are those PT-76s? They don't die like PT-76s. So yeah, I definitely had that moment. I'm just like, fuck. And it was like deeply unpleasant. It was a deeply unpleasant moment. A deeply unpleasant moment. Of just like, ah! Man, I know why they did it. I know why Josh did it. But I really hope that at some point they re-enable neutral steering, because like you said, I know why they did it. They did it because neutral steer made the AI move weird, but I really would hope that at some point they bring it back in, because it is a pretty nice thing to have. Not even gonna bother with the coax on these guys. It's like TC says coax, fuck it, we're gonna use a heat round here. TC says coax, fuck it. It gets a heat round. I don't have the time. We don't have the time to actually fuck around with the coax on these guys. The ones in town we can use the coax on, but not those. Yeah, no, Nuker. That's very true. It does. It does, in fact, stand for high. No, you know what it stands for? Do you know what heat actually stands for? Would you like to know what heat actually stands for? High explosive anti-thing. That is what heat stands for. This is what heat stands for. That's what heat stands for, because it's a thing. Fire a heat round at it. I mean, it's just infantry. It's a thing. Fire a heat round at it. That also works. That also works, Nuker. So these two in town we can actually use the the coax for, because they're much closer and we get a better, and they're not moving. Hell, honestly, we could just ram them probably. Now that I'm thinking about it, they don't have any infantry on board or anything like that. We could just ram them. Okay, that's both trucks taken care of. Oh no. Oh, that sounds terrifying. Let me guess. Driver tracks troops. Is it driver tracks troops?
Gunner, heat tag. Target lost. Gunner,
Fuck it, use heat.
on. Identified. Firefighter Sabo. Target lost. Gunner, heat tag. Target.
Fuck you. One down. Where's the next one? Oh, the next one's already getting shot at. Okay, that works for me. Hey, there goes the turret. Oh, I tried doing it in Table Salt, Blaze. I've tried doing it several times in Table Salt, and it always ends the same way. I end up eating an RKG. It always ends the same way, where I end up eating an RKG. So yeah, no, I am somewhat familiar with what happens when you try to run over infantry. So watch out for that BMP. Because that thing's going to be a problem. Oh god, it is BMPs plural. Fuck me. Got him.
Gunner APC. Away. First right. Next target. Gunner APC. Identified.
Ooh, no, please. Please tell me those are not BMP-1s. Tell me those are not BMP-1s, because good lord. Under duress, infantry may spontaneously convert to IED. Oh god. So first I get panicked by PT-76s, and then I get panicked by BMP-1s. Jesus Christ. This mission is just, this really is just a survival horror mission. Let's hold here for a minute. Where what should be a semi-clear spot. 3, 2, 1. I want to have at least 4 rounds of heat before we go forwards. And yeah, ad break. So everybody take a chance to stretch and so on. Ooh, and then we will be back. And we are back. What was I saying though? Oh yeah, I was talking about how this mission really is just survival horror. That's what I was saying. This mission really is just survival horror. God damn. Like, oh, our night sight's gone. Our night sight is gone. Wonderful. Well, things are gonna get interesting now. That's for sure. At least we still have the primary. Let's toss an illumination flare here. See if anything unusual pops up when we do. Eventually we're gonna have to go over to this site. I'm very bad at using this site. But while we still have the primary, as long as we still have the primary, we're gonna use the primary. Do I know what, Blaze?
Reverse left. Steady. On. Identified. Fire. On the way. Target. Next target. GHPC. Identified.
Oh, okay. Both of those down. Good. But what is it that I don't know?
Gunner, heat tag. Identified. All right. Re-engage.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
On the way. Target.
Woo! Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. He is probably going to be our primary ammo for this engagement, but we're in the town. I can already get a feeling things are going to get a lot worse after this point. For whatever reason, I'm already feeling that we have not yet seen the worst of it. Yup, there goes the rest of our fire control system. Whoo! Oh, fucking end me. Just failure after failure.
Gunner coax struck. Reverse left. On. Identified. Fire. On the way. Target. Re-engage. Next target. Gunner save OPC. Reverse. On. Identified. Fire. Fire. Aim. On the way. Target lost. Gunner save OPC. Identified. Target.
Oh! Oh, the BMPs are coming like cockroaches now! The BMPs are like cockroaches now! Oh!
Gunner coax struck. Reverse. On. On the way. Over. Re-engage. Doubtful. Re-engage. Doubtful. Re-engage. Doubtful. Re-engage.
Fuck it.
Re-engage. On the way. Over. Re-engage. On the way. Target. Re-engage. Target lost.
I hate this already. Yeah, no, I'm not chasing the trucks. I'm just going around the town. Believe it or not, I'm not chasing the trucks. I'm just going around the town. That is my goal right now. I'm not going in there. I don't know what's in there. I'm not dealing with it. Ugh. That's a scary thought. That's a scary thought there, Blaze. If going around the town is somehow worse than going through it, that's a scary thought. Because I'll tell you what I'll tell you what my thought process is. Even if it is a worse idea, I will tell you what my thought process is. My thought process is this place is going to be full of RPG teams. This place is going to be a fucking nightmare zone of RPG teams, and
GHPC, reverse left. On. Identified. On the way. Re-engage. On the way. Re-engage. Ceasefire.
this mission was made before the infantry update. Okay. Well, that's mildly reassuring, I guess. I don't have to worry about RPG time. I don't have to worry about RPG teams then.
Reverse right. On. Identified. Fire. On the way. Re-engage.
I think I killed its gunner.
On the way. Ceasefire.
Well, that one I definitely did. All right, let's pop another illumination here so I can get some better vision. I hate this. I hate this so much. I don't know if that BTR is alive or not. It's not burning. If it's not burning, it's not dead. That's the logic I'm gonna use. That's the logic I'm on at this point. If I see something, if it's not burning, it's not dead. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, God. Honestly, I don't know how else to say this, but familiar. The only way I can say it is right now, it's a familiar feeling. Oh, God. Artillery, now! I don't know what's out there. I don't particularly care. Artillery, kill it now.
Gunner EK. Identified. Fire away. Gunner, save okay. Reverse left. Target locked. Gunner EK. On the way. Over. Re-engage. Now go.
I don't know what these are, but they need to die now.
Next target. Gunner,
Okay, it's burning, it's dead.
reverse right. On the way.
Oh, God, these are T-64.
On. Identified. Target locked. Gunner, save okay. Identified. Target locked. Gunner, save okay. Identified. Fire. On the way. Hit. On the way. Re-engage.
Fuck it, ramming speed. I don't know where they are. Wait, what? Oh, fuck, you're right. The gun's out, but it does. Better than FCS, by the way. It has something even better than FCS. The gun doesn't work, but it's got an FCS. I can use that to orient myself. Kinda. We're not mobile, though, is the bigger problem. The other tank's gone now, so no FCS for us now. Oh, where is that last T-64 at? That was actually terrifying. Yeah, no, that was actually really close. Fuck me. Fuck me, that was actually really close. This in front of me? That's not a T-64. But I know what you, okay, I know what you mean. The last surviving enemy tank is the last T-64, and if I can kill it, then we're done here. Oh shit, I think the artillery might have gotten it. Yes, I just popped one right now as you asked. Right as you asked, I had the exact same thought, Blaze. The precise same thought. Is wait, I have elimination rounds. I should use them. Yep, that's a friendly tank. That's a destroyed friendly tank. That's a destroyed tank. That's a destroyed tank. We're completely immobile though, so the problem is I don't know where that last T-64 is. So while I have illumination rounds and I can pop them off, I can't see anything. Oh, we were so fucking close though. Which makes this just all the more annoying. It's like we were so close. Oh, fucking yeah, Kharkiv's special boy coming out of the hills. Oh, if I had known we had the second group of tanks, I could have used them so much more effectively. Oh, that is a terrifying encounter. Full stop. That entire mission is terrifying. Fuck, I love that. Fuck, I love that.
Motor ready! Sable loaded! Gunner ready. Sable index.
So, let's try this again. Maybe if we're quick, we can get there. We can get close enough to deal with some of the other stuff before the FCS fails. We're gonna have to run this quick though. And that's gonna be the interesting part. We need to basically speed run this to maximize our FCS's longevity. Oh, it's a trigger box. Fuck. I was afraid of that. I was afraid of that. I was hoping it was on a timer. I was hoping it was on a timer. Ugh. I was hoping it was on a timer. it would be.
Identified. Fire away. Next target, gunner coax truck. On. Identified. Fire. Away. Target. Cease fire.
Yeah, no, the T-64 is out of fucking nowhere. We're just like, that was absolutely a panic moment. That was 100% a fuck. Like I said, the PT-76s were bad enough. The PT-76s that I thought might be T-80s because they survived a heat round, that was bad enough. But honest to God, no shit, T-64s, once the entire fire control system has failed, after the entire fire control system has failed, now that is scary as shit. That is scary as shit.
Gunner coax truck. Identified. Fire. Target. Cease fire. Gunner coax truck. Target. Re-engage. Target. Cease fire.
Whew. PT-76 is coming over the ridge.
Gunner EK. Identified. Target lost. Gunner EK. Identified. Fire. On the way. Target. Cease fire.
One down.
Gunner EK.
Two.
Target. Cease fire.
Okay, that's the PTs down. Next is the BMPs. This is probably right about where we're gonna lose the night sight. Actually, no, we lose the night sight after the BMPs. Never mind. All right, let's come over. And we should be able to get the BMPs. From an advantageous position.
Reverse right. On. Identified. On the way. Kill that fucker. Fire.
All right, that's the first BMP down. Keep moving. I don't know where the other one's at. Pew! I love the fireworks. I love the fireworks. Now, where's your friend? That's the real question. Where is your friend at? Because I know there's two of you here.
Gunner EPC. On. Identified. Fire. Target. Cease fire.
Okay, first one down. That's the BMPs down. We're about to lose our fire control system. Oh, there goes the night sight. We've still got the rest of the system for now, but we don't know how long that's gonna last. Here comes the town. Illumination flares out. Can't see it from here because it's so fucking dark.
Gunner EK. On. Identified. Fire. Fire. Target. Hit him now. Re-engage.
shit, we lost our loader. Fuck it, we're gonna have to redo this one now. Ugh. Oh, this mission is terrifying. Oh. This mission is scary as hell. Man, now I'm thinking about that. Now I'm just imagining doing this with an older tank. Like the Leopard 1 or the... Like a Leopard 1 or an M60 TTS. Actually, no, not even a TTS. The Rise passive. Imagine running this mission with the Rise passive. That would be scary. You want to talk scary? That would be scary. The Rise passive. Because so much more can kill you. Like those BMPs, if you spot them, and what is that? If I can spot them and point my front end at them, they can't really hurt me. But imagine this mission in the Rise passive or the Leopard 1, where you have like the saving grace of thermals at the start with the Abrams. You don't have that with either of those. So you end up in situations where even before you lose your night sight, you're still just so much more vulnerable. That would be scary. That would be incredibly scary.
Steady. On. Identified. On the way. Re-engage. On the way. Target. Next target. Target locked. Gunner on the way. Stop. Target. Stay fire.
Or if we're talking about like abject terror, doing this in... Oh, they don't? Ah, that's a shame. That's a shame, actually, Blaze. That's a real shame, because like I said, running this in like a Rise passive, that would be scary as fuck, assuming the FCS failure still happens.
On. Identified. Fire. On the way. Target. Stay fire.
That would actually be super fucking scary in like a Rise passive, and especially if you're in the town where the PT-76s first appear. Imagine you lose your night sight right before the PT-76s show up, because now you're in a tank that the PT-76s can meaningfully hurt. That would be scary as hell. Just running through this, and then suddenly it's like, oh shit, PT-76s, oh god, I have no night sight. I have no laser rangefinder, and I must scream. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. The trucks are going to be coming up. We can engage these with the coax just fine.
Gunner coax truck. Re-engage. Doubtful. Re-engage. On the way. Doubtful. Re-engage. On the way. Doubtful. Re-engage. Target. Take fire.
Bring ourselves up. It's just the PT-76s.
Gunner, heat on the way. Target. Take fire. Gunner, heat on the way. Target.
That get both of them? Yes, it did. Okay. That's both PTs down. Now for the BMPs. Oh, God. I'm so glad I didn't do this mission before today. I'm so glad I didn't do this mission before today. So y'all are getting like my blind response to it. Oh, I can only imagine. This mission would be nowhere near as tense if I knew what I was going into. Like that first panic moment with the PT-76s. Imagine if y'all had missed that. Oh, I'm so glad I never streamed this before. I never played this before today. There's this guy who records tons of videos to save up enough money to restore a TTS in real life. Channel's called Zagstruck. Past SEP V2 TC. Also worked on some other Abrams models and has a video where he does longer road in a Leo. Oh, that sounds fucking cool. That sounds fucking cool. That sounds fucking cool, Blaze. I'm gonna have to look that guy up after stream. Holy shit, that sounds awesome. But let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. That's the first BMP down. Where's his friend gonna be at? I think his friend just shot at us. Oh shit, it bounced out the front. Okay, now we lose the fire control system. Take this opportunity to restock heat. Because we're gonna need a lot of it. We're gonna need a lot of heat ammo. Well, we want to save the Sabo. We want to save as much Sabo as possible for the T-64 encounter. That's going to be the big thing. We want to save the Sabo as much as possible for once we run into T-64s. Until that moment, we're going to basically try and fire exclusively heat. Oh, actually, Blaze. Oh no, you were here for that. I was gonna say, were you here for when I actually finally finished Table Salt at Night? Yeah, you were. You were. And yeah, Table Salt at Night is so much goddamn fun. It's so much goddamn fun. Ugh. But yeah, I finally finished it today. And I haven't done Table Salt 2 yet. I shouldn't say. I haven't done Table Salt 2 yet. But I finished Table Salt 1 today. Like, finally finished Table Salt 1 today. Ugh. Table Salt 2 is gonna be interesting. I already got a feeling Table Salt 2 is gonna be an interesting engagement. God. You know what would be really terrifying? So, obviously right here, we just lost our night sight, right? And then we eventually lose the ballistic computer. We're gonna lose the ballistic computer. You know what would be really fucking scary? I'm just so glad this never happened. I'm so glad we never lose our stabilizer. Now, could you imagine how terrifying that would be? Could you imagine how terrifying it would be if we lost our stabilizer? Incoming flares are up. Punk! Whoo, good. Oh, now that's scary. That right there, that is fear, Blaze. A T-55A, that is fear. That is 100% pure distilled terror. Longer road in a T-55. That is terror. There goes our primary. Just keep moving. Waypoint 4 is next, and that's going to be the town. Oh! Oh, God, no! Oh, God, no! M113. M113. Okay, I need to see what pack partnership is after this, because that sounds awful.
Gunner coax truck. Reverse on. Identified. Fire. On the way. Target. Re-engage. Next target. Gunner coax truck. Next target. Gunner GHPC. Reverse left. On. Identified. Fire. Over. Re-engage. Target. Ceasefire.
So yeah, less armor, no actual turret, and you only get a 50 instead of the 14.5, and it's slower. Jesus Christ, that's scary. That sounds absolutely terrifying. Also though, I am so looking forward to the next update, because all likelihood, next update is when we're finally gonna get the Martyr. And I'm so looking forward to that. I'm so looking forward to finally getting the Martyr. I don't know what's going on with that BMP. Remember what I said before? It's not burning. It's not dead. Keep moving, keep moving. There's gonna be the BTR further up. And then after that, I think it's just time for Kharkov's special boy to make his appearance. Oh, the Raketen Jagdpanzer. The Jaguar 1 in particular would just... oh, God. The Jaguar 1 would be so fucking funny. Like, it would be so fucking funny. Actually, no. Both Raketen Jagdpanzers. Action side the Martyr will not arrive in the next update during the dev. Oh, did he? Did Josh say the Martyr's not going to be in the next update? That's a shame. That's a shame if that... No. Because the dev stream... Unless there was a new dev stream. Was there a new dev stream, Robin? Because the last dev stream I remember was before the April update. The last dev stream was before the April update, Robin. So I don't know if that's actually, if that's going to be true or not. Because unless there's been a new dev stream, I think we're still going to get the Martyr for whenever the next update's going to be.
Gunner EPC. Reverse right. Target lost.
Yeah, next update we'll almost certainly have the Martyr.
Gunner EPC. Identified. Fire. On the way. Ceasefire.
We're not yet in contact range for the... We're not yet in contact range for the T-64s. Once we are, we're going to try and use Bravo 2-2 as spotters, assuming they don't die immediately. If they do, well, c'est la vie. There goes Bravo 2-2. Okay. Artillery on position. Illumination on position. I want to give those T-64s the hardest time possible. What I'm trying to do, Robin. That's why I'm using the artillery. Keep the snow going on them. That should keep them busy.
Gunner engage! Reverse left. On. Identified. Fire, fire, stable. Only. Doubtful. Re-engage. Ready, fucker! Re-engage.
Shit, where is he? 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 No time for... They're still up, they're still up, they're still up! How many of these fuckers are there? Come on. We're the last one left, but we're in a good position. Never mind. Shit! I was hoping they weren't laid out. I was hoping they were all laid out in front of that berm blaze, because I was really trying to rely on that berm to keep me alive. But apparently no, a couple of them had hooked out the other way, so that didn't work out, and I was trying to use the hold down advantage. Ugh.
Loader ready, stable loaded. Gunner ready, stable index.
We get pretty close though, because we at least get to the T-64s. Which, Jesus Christ, those are terrifying. Those are actually terrifying. What I was kind of hoping to do there as well though, Blaze, specifically, I was kind of hoping to pull, like, on Table Salt. I was kind of hoping to pull, like, the shit that I was doing on Table Salt, where I was able to use that position, and the fact that they were all side on to me to try and rapidly engage them. The problem is I lost my loader, which is the same thing that kept fucking me over every time I ran Table Salt. It's like, if I can keep my loader alive, I can theoretically win a knife fight. But as soon as I lose my loader, yeah, that's it, I'm done.
Identified. Fire. On the way. Target. Reengage. Next target. Gunner, collect. Push. Doubtful. Reengage. On the way. Doubtful. Reengage. Doubtful. Reengage. On the way. Reengage. Doubtful. Reengage. On the way. Next target. Gunner, collect. Push. Identified. Fire. On the way. Target. Ceasefire.
God damn it, Nuker. God fucking damn it, Nuker. Like, this is what I'm saying, in a knife fight, as long as I can keep my loader alive, knife fights are doable. Not easy, mind you, but they're doable. As soon as I lose my loader, even without the fire control system, I have decent enough competency in battle site gunnery that at least if I'm using Sabo, I can at least theoretically, like I said, knife fights are doable. Not even theoretically, just they're doable. Knife fights are doable as long as I keep my loader alive and I'm using Sabo. That technically, that does exist actually though. It's not exactly, actually no, because you're not getting shot at enough. You're right, you're not getting shot at enough for that to be the case. But, oh God, whenever people start making more custom missions, that is an entirely possible setup, is full the truck simulator. Full the truck simulator is an entirely real possibility once people really get into making custom missions. Just because remember, there's already the mission where you're driving around the tow jeep, and that would basically be a similar sort of setup with that. It's imagine longer road, but you're driving around in the Ural, which is already drivable, mind you. You're driving a Ural to bring supplies to a certain location or whatever, and you have to deal with just constantly evading shit like M113s and Bradleys. Yeah, there's also the UAZ mission, which that one, I am so bad at that mission. I am so fucking bad at that mission. Literally just PUBG style in that shit. Got him! Oh fuck, it's not dead! Why aren't you dying? Ooh! Ooh! That was a moment right there. That was a moment right there. We're about to lose the night sight. Okay. It was nice while we had it. Alright, let's restock while we're here. God's favorite creature in Gunner Heat PC. I mean, if you think about it, they are basically cockroaches. So that makes a bit of sense, actually, Robin. That makes sense that they would be God's favorite creature. They're basically cockroaches. There's gonna be the next group of BMPs as well on the other side of this tree line. Not looking forward to that. Okay, that gives us four rounds of heat to work with, which should be more than enough to deal with these BMPs. Were the BMPs in the next town or were they here? Actually, I kind of forget. I think they might be in the next town. Yeah, they are, because that's the BTR town. Where we find that's the town where the BTRs show up later on. So they're gonna be in that town. Loader restock heat. Let's just keep moving. We're gonna hold here. Let loader restock heat and go from there. 7. See, we can get at least 8 rounds of heat. I'll be pretty happy, because we're probably gonna need all of it to deal with the BTRs and the BMPs. Because we're gonna just get because we're gonna lose the main. Oh, we've already lost the main site. Yeah, we're on the gas now. So. There's the BMPs. Okay. I think second tank might have gotten. I think wingman tank might have gotten at least one of them. Oh. Like I said, it's not burning, it's not dead. It's burning, so it's dead. BTRs to take away your thermal privileges? Yeah, no, ugh. It's funny because I've done that to other, not thermals, but I have absolutely done. You have lost fire control privilege to T-80s with the Bradley. Oh, not T-80s. I don't know. It wasn't T-80s. It was C-72s. Still, I have done. You have lost fire control privilege with the Bradley before. So in some ways, this is just karma for that. Bravo 22 is going to be up on that hill. We will drop snow on them as soon as possible.
GHPC! Identified! On the way!
There should be one more. BTR, and then we'll switch over to Sabo. We'll white out the T-64's night sights as well before we go in, and that should help our situation just a little.
GHPC! Identified! Fire! On the way! Ceasefire!
Okay, Bravo 22 is going to make their appearance. And Bacon King, thanks for the raid! What were you up to? What were you up to, Bacon King? More Dark Tide or something else? What were you doing? Enter the Gungeon! Oh! Oh! I think, I've never played that. I remember hearing Coat talk about that game before. I'm not familiar with that one, unfortunately. I'm not familiar with Enter the Gungeon. So what is the deal with Enter the Gungeon? Like I said, I've probably heard Coat talk about it at some point, but I don't know much about it, unfortunately. White out their night sights. Funny game where bullet shoots bullet, shoots gun, shoots bullets. God damn it, Nuker. I know you're saying that's not a joke, but still. That is just such an inherently silly premise that I can't help but giggle at that. Oh, this is a big berm. Whoa, shit. One of Bravo 2-2's tanks is being real stubborn. They're both down, though, so... as far as that's gonna go, at least. Alright, let's run this berm. I was gonna say, if that was a hit, that would be funny as hell. Oh, we found the good berm now. We managed to find the good berm. This is the good berm. Yeah, we did just find some prime real estate. You're right about that one. Prime fucking real estate. This is only thing that's gonna keep us alive right now. This is the only thing that's gonna keep us alive. Flip your lid, bitch! That's right, flip your lid, Ivan, you little frying pan bitch. Oh! Need more illumination. Got him! Oh! 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 Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Boom! Flip your lid. We love the fireworks. We love the fireworks, Nuker. Oh, oh, that was terrifying. Let me guess, packed partnership, Blaze? You still trying to get me to play packed partnership, aren't you? I've already got a feeling I know the way that's gonna go. I've already got a feeling on that way that's gonna go. Oh my god. That PT-76 had a bad day. That PT-76 had a bad day. Oh, that's so lucky. Oh, thank God for blowout panels. Thank God for blowout panels. Ugh. But before we do that, we've got an ad break coming up. So We're probably gonna take a bit of a longer break here. Just a bit of a longer break here before we get back into it. Probably about 20 minutes or so. So everybody just feel ready to get ready to do that. I'm just gonna review this AAR and then we're probably gonna go over to that. Longer break. Fuck you. Oh. I mean, not totally unwarranted, but fuck you. Oh, that's a pretty one right there. Retirement. You know, after that mission, I would be surprised if this Abrams crew actually was, you know what? Guarantee after this engagement, this Abrams crew was absolutely rotated back. This Abrams crew was absolutely rotated back from the front. They were either you know. But like I said, longer break. So see you in 20. And we're back. So let's see. So that was Longer Road, which, oh man, that was terrifying. But we have conquered Table Salt 1. We have conquered Longer Road. Now it's time for a little intermission again. Something a little bit less stressful, and then we're going into Pact Partnership. First things first, though, I'm definitely going to need to get more practice with T-Series gunnery just before I go into that. So, first, like I said, a couple intermission missions before we run into Pact Partnership. Let's see what we got. That might be interesting. Ooh, not that, but that is one we need to do at some point. Valley of Infantry, Marketable Mayhem. Valley of Infantry does sound like a good idea. Blaze. Like I said, we're probably going to do Valley of Infantry and then probably find something that has a T-Series. An older T-Series specifically. So like a T-64A or a T-72. The base model the basic bitch T-72. Not even the T-72 M1. Something along those lines so I can get some practice in with T-Series gunnery before we go into Pact Partnership.
Loader ready, stable loaded. Unit ready, stable index.
Let's see. So, how many of us are there? There's 4 TTSs. Yeah, platoon of 4 TTSs. Let's move up the hill and let's see what we got up ahead. Sabo Heat as our main ammo. We're gonna run primarily Heat, naturally.
Gunner, Sabo PC. All the way. Reverse left. On. Identified.
Oh, I just thought about something terrifying.
Target on.
Oh god, we just lost both of our primary sites. That was fast. I knew that was coming, but damn, that was quick.
Identified. On the way. Next target. Gunner PC. Identified.
I can imagine it would be. I can imagine it would be fun with a Leo 1.
Identified. Fire! Obstructed! On the wagon! Gunner EPC! Identified!
Oh no, I think something's wrong with this one's gun, with this one's sight.
Fire! Gunner EPC! Identified! On the way! Target!
There we go. There we go. That's the BTR down. All right, check our map. Let's see what we got here. Objective 1, SBF 1, SBF 2. Artillery on troops, and let's move up. Platoon. Formation. Wedge.
Gunner EPC! Reverse right! Hit on! Identified! Fire! On the way! North! Re-engage! On the way! Target! Re-engage! Check target!
Keep moving up, keep moving up, keep moving up.
Come on!
SPG 9. I just saw the tracer. Where is it?
Careful! Re-engage! Target! Ceasefire!
Oh, that was uncomfortable. That was uncomfortable. All right, we're gonna move to SBF 2 and go from there. Can imagine the Hesh round? Ironically, the Hesh round might actually be really handy on this mission with the Leo 1. It's funny you mentioned that. Yeah, no, but it's funny you mentioned the Leo 1, this mission, because I legitimately, I'm saying, I feel like the Leo 1's Hesh round would actually be really handy in this mission, which is weird to think about, because usually you just think of Hesh as that round you have that you never use. Yeah, and I mean, in some ways, heat is kind of the same. Actually, no, heat's not the same way. Heat is more specific, but it ends up just being a really crappy. You end a lot of the time you end up using it as your HE round, even though it sucks at it. Yep, that one, Nuker. That one. Also pretty good at cracking pillboxes. Also pretty good at cracking any sort of concrete structure like pillboxes or buildings. We just got doinked by artillery, didn't we? We just got whacked by artillery, didn't we? No. I mean, as an HE round. As an HE round, heat kinda sucks. That's what I'm saying, Blaze. Is that heat kinda sucks as an HE round. Hesh is a little bit better. Now, if you're dealing with armor or structures, yeah, heat's actually really good at that. He's pretty good at that. But Crunchy's in the open, because of how the heat round a heat round is designed, it's pretty shit.
Gunner collect, through. Reverse right. Target lost.
Shit. Sagger drill. I heard that pop, that double pop sound. I heard that double pop sound, and that was all I needed to hear to be like panic. I swear, that sound has become like ingrained into my memory.
Identified. Fire. On the way. Over. Re-engage. Target lost.
What the fuck was that? I don't know what that was. I did not like hearing it. Tell you that much right now. I don't like these fighting holes. I don't know about thin, but definitely you're right about single layer non-reactive armor. Hesh can actually be quite devastating. Assuming you're dealing with homogeneous armor, Hesh can actually be quite devastating to surprisingly thick armor. But yeah, no, it's not the first choice. It should not be. Oh God. That was an RKG. Yep, I hit this area with artillery. Obviously, I didn't use enough. That's what that tells me right there. Also, I love how you can just see the RKG coming. I saw it, I was like, oh fuck, this is where it ends. Ugh. Yeah, if it can't get good spalling, it's just HE, yeah. Remember, kids, artillery is like pesticide. Use a lot of it.
Loader ready. Sabo loaded. Gunner ready. Sabo index.
So let's try that again. And this time, try not to die. Platoon formation. Wedge. All right, we're gonna come over now.
Gunner, Sabo, PC. On. Identified. Fire. Fire heat. On the way. Target. Re-engage. Next target. Gunner, GHPC. Reverse left. On. Identified. Away. Target.
Back, 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 back.
Reverse left. On. Identified. Fire. Run away.
Shit, obstructed.
Target lost.
Oh yeah, it does weird things on like on sharp angles.
Anti-tank on the way. Reverse right. Target.
You're right about that.
Gunner, anti-tank.
You're absolutely right about that much.
On.
Hesh does weird things on extreme armor angles.
Target. Fire.
Okay, that's the AT positions dealt with.
Gunner, troops on. Daddy.
Troops are here. Applying pesticide. Oh, that'll give cover to the APCs and also let their infantry engage more effectively. They'll go in hopefully right as the barrage ends, so that'll work out for us. In the meantime, let's also see anti-tank position in objective 2 we've already dealt with. There might be more though, so keep eyes up and listen for that distinctive double pop. Hear that? Immediately go to Sagger Drill. Look for a flash and hose that area down with MG. Hose that area down with coax. Okay, we're coming up to SBF 2. Hey, Dr. Anime! Oh, it's your birthday today! Happy birthday! Happy birthday, old man! How you doing? You are 40 years old today. Congratulations! Searching, searching, searching. Nothing there, nothing there. That's already burned out. Here come the APCs. Look at them go. Wee, the boxes. The boxes are on the advance. Punk. Oh, imagine if that had like gone directly into the trench. Now that would have been actually terrifying. That would have been actually terrifying. Whoa. Whoa, that was a weird little moment right there. Okay, APCs are dismounting. Move up to follow them. Yeah, I mean, among other things, it's also like the thing is, you're finally over that. You're finally over that idea that a lot of people have in their 20s, where they're thinking, "Oh, once I'm over 30 or once I'm over 40, my life is over. It's all done." And you realize, no, 40's not that old. Like, I called you old, but really, yeah, 40's not that old, honestly. And I feel like that's something you really only realize once you hit 40.
Identified. On the way.
I legitimately think that is something you only really realize once you hit, like, maybe, okay, depending on how old you are. Like, if you're like, some people it happens when you hit 30, some people it happens when you hit 40. But you realize that, especially nowadays, that's not that old. That's not as old as you thought it was when you were a teenager or in your 20s. like, maybe at one time 40 was old, but not so much anymore. I don't know where the hell any of those were. I don't know where the hell any of those guys were, but hopefully that deals with them. Okay, objective 1 secured. Turn towards objective 2. Let's keep eyes up. Okay, Bravo APCs are reaching their dismount point. Open fire. There, that should give them something to think about. That should give them something to think about. Yeah, it's like, once you exclude things like infant and child mortality, I think the average person, even in like the Middle Ages, or other really rough times like that, would still live to like their 50s or 60s. So, yeah, no, 40 was getting old, but you weren't like dead. You were just old. And a lot of that was just because of how honestly, a lot of that was because of the physicality of people's lives back then. Disease was obviously a factor, but also we have not, like, we live much less physical lives than a medieval peasant did, or even somebody from 200 years ago. I mean, I did put a couple down after a moment, Baking King. Yeah, it took me a minute to think about that, but yeah, no. Oh, let's see what we got here. That's a BTR. That's the other BTR. And that's the last BTR. Include fire support. And only show... Yeah, we don't want to see the small caliber rounds, but want to see everything else. Oh yeah, that was the round I hit the berm with. That's that one. That was a heat round into the trench system. That was another obstructed round. Oh, I was trying to fire it into the trench and I overshot. Where did this one go? Oh, this one went into the middle of these guys. What about this one? Same area. Same area. Same area. Yeah, no. After a while, I started putting aggressive rounds into that area. Ooh, let's see. Point Alpha. Where's Point Alpha? Let's see what Point Alpha is, Blaze. Because that might be interesting now that you mention it. Instant action, Point Alpha. Steel Wedge. Not as T-55s, not as BMP-1s. Ooh, T-72M Flank Fiasco. This could be an interesting one. Ooh, T-72Ms, BMP-1s. 1 platoon plus attached ATGMs, 2 M68-1s, and an ATGM section. Ooh, that's gonna be interesting. That's gonna be interesting. Let's see where this leads us. Let's see where this one leads us. Because the T-72M is a pretty solid tank. I think this one is actually... This is the T-72 that finally got the laser rangefinder, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it is. Okay. As long as I remember to put the circle on target when I laze, so as long as I remember to do that, I should be okay. Destroyed friendlies are there. That's the rest of the T-72 platoon. Let's do formation line so that we have better fire angles, and move up towards this tree line. Once we get there, we might have visual on the targets, and we might be able to engage from distance. Travaj na śmiertny bój. Delta D is still running. Go back to the main gun so we have it up. Hit that with a few more rounds of MG just to make sure it's down. Okay, I think we should be clear to move up then. Counterattack. Do we know axis of counterattack? So far, no, but they're probably going to unroll from the flank since that's where we hit them from. They're probably unrolling their flank and re-angling. Friendlies are in that direction. Yeah, actually, I did a little. I should probably try more of them now that you mention it, because they are going to go away in the next update. Fuck. I should do more of them after this. Where'd that come from? Got him. Okay, keep moving up. I don't know where that counterattack's gonna come from. Okay, got angles on it. Artillery on point. And that should soften them up before they get here. Okay, let's move up. Let's be aggressive. We are a T-72 after all. We're a T-72. We should be advancing aggressively. Oh, I can't see a goddamn thing out there. The Kriegsman hasn't started dancing yet. Now he has. Now he has. Tifalon, where's the rest of it? Can't see a damn thing through this dust. Boom, 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 boom. I want you in my room and spend the night together from now until forever. Boom, 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 boom. I want to double boom and spend the night together in my room. Super silly. That was so fucking silly. I love doing stupid shit like that. That was dumb as hell, but God, it was worth it. Oh. Let me guess, because they're pretty long. The thing is, although, Blaze, you say that, I don't know if they're still going to be there next time I stream this, because, sure, I'm trying to stream this, like, every other week, But also, I'll think about it. We probably are just gonna go into pact partnership though. We probably are gonna end up just going straight into pact partnership. Let's move up this way. Oh God, I just realized we're using 3BM15. Christ. Christ on a bike. Punk. Cheese and rice, Mooney. All right, let's move up, try and get the rest of the M60 group. We're very close range. This is going to get weird. This is going to get weird. AI doesn't really AI in those missions. That's a shame. But considering that there was something just put together, quickly thrown together for April Fools, it doesn't entirely surprise me that that's the case either. What did we lose? This was the first tank kill. And there was that. HE round to try and hit a couple other things there. Then the next tank group. Oh, that could have been beautiful if it had been a Sabo round. Because look at the next one. Look at the next one. That set off at least a few of those heat rounds. That one was pretty. That one was pretty too. All right, let's go see what pact partnership is. What are they throwing us into? I'm a little concerned. About to pitch this old disc out the window. Maybe then it'll give you less read errors. What disc, Nuker? What disc is giving you read errors like that? Pact partnership. Where are you? Holda outskirts. Target Tango. BMP barricade. Main effort. There it is. Oh. It is well into the night. Your company has just broken through enemy lines by the narrowest margin. All your tanks are damaged and cannot move far under their own power. You and your wingman BTR are the only two vehicles remaining that can move acceptably under their own power. Oh no! That reminds me, hey Nuker, did you see the copy? Did you see the copy of Forever Kingdom that Bloom got? Did you see the copy of Forever Kingdom that Bloom got that apparently somehow still works? Because I don't know if you saw it or not. He was talking about he managed to get a copy of that game, which is apparently ridiculously hard to find. It's a ridiculously hard to find PS2 title nowadays. But so he got that, and it looked like you said exactly there, covered in short, shallow scratches. But it apparently still works. He's gonna try it and see if it continues working or not. But, well, thankfully on his case, I don't know if you know a shop or a guy or anything like that. He does know somebody that has a professional disc resurfacer. So if it does start failing on him, he can take it there. But if you can find a shop that actually has a disc resurfacer, I don't know how much they would charge for it. But if you can pay them to resurface that disc, that might be something worth looking into. In the meantime, though, let's see here. So we've got BTRs. We got 2 BTRs. And we need to get to objective partnership to rescue our friendly tanks. Need to get friendly tanks to objective rescue and run from there. This is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be real interesting. T-62s at night. No, start with BTRs, but even then, once we get through that, we're only getting T-62s. Thank God it's just M60s. Well, I say just M60s, but I think if they're thermal sight M60s, that's really not that much of a consolation. Again, the sensor disadvantage is going to be very crushing if those are thermal sight M60s. Please God, don't let them be thermal sight M60s. Even Rise passives would have a sensor advantage because of that keyword passive. Let's see what we got here then. BTR. Ooh, it's actually funny. I do know this one actually, Bacon King. So BTR just means armored transport. BTR, Bronetransporter. It's like Bronetransporter. I don't really speak Russian, so I can't say it correctly, but it's basically this word, which means armored transport. Bronetransporter. Something along these lines. I don't even know if that's exactly spelling it correctly, because I mostly just know it as BTR, BTR, which, like I said, it means armored personnel carrier or armored transport. So yeah, we've got a couple T-55s here that cannot move under their own power, and then we need to reach objective partnership. This is gonna be interesting. All right, let's start running the BTRs up and see what we run into. We have illumination rounds, so if we do decide we need to use them, they are available. We'll try and follow the road as much as possible, just to be... You step through the normal gauntlet of shirt to microfiber to Windex to dish soap. It helped a bit, but it's still falling consistently just slightly later. Yeah, that disc is probably going to need resurfacing, so if you can find a shop in your area, like a retro game shop in your area, they might be able to do that. I said, I don't know if that's a thing in your area because I don't know where you are, but if that is a thing in your area, that's worth looking into. They'll probably charge, I don't know how much they'll charge, but they'll probably charge a bit for it. The spotlights are concerning. All right, let's pull off the road here for a minute. There's definitely some kind of sentry units going around here, because I'm seeing their spotlights sweep over. You wanted to do it tonight. Sadly, it doesn't. Yeah, it appears you need to call upon a professional, unfortunately. Yep. Well, we'll see what they... And if, like I said, if you can find, like, a retro game shop in your area, that would definitely be worth doing. Yep. Tanks. So... Oh, God, I drove right into them. Oh, God, I drove right into them. I was trying to avoid the searchlights that I saw sweeping over, and I drove right into the reported tank position. Fuck my life. Fuck my life. This is going to be, already can tell, this is going to be an ordeal. Can already tell this is going to be an ordeal. God. Okay. So this is going to be entirely about navigation, is what this is telling me. This is entirely a navigational exercise. So we can take this slow. We don't need to rush. Our tanks are in a somewhat safe position, or at the very least, they won't come under attack. Our tanks won't, our wounded tanks won't come under attack, Yeah, you could grab some compound like you used last week to cover some scratches in your car's clear coat, but that would probably, yeah, it probably wouldn't work. And if you did take it to get it like professionally resurfaced, whoever you took it to would hate you for that. Absolutely. Absolutely. They would be pissed if you did that. Hold here. Let's see. We can't go we can't go past this area. We can't go too far to the left, otherwise we'll hit this zone, this boundary. If we go this way, there's tanks reported there. So that's gonna get interesting. We need to basically hook through here, which means we'll want to head to this town first. Let's see, quickest way through there is gonna be take this road right here and then work our way through this tree line. Work our way through these woods. We're lucky we won't really run into anything like a we won't run into any 113s or anything like that. And this should be workable. Oh no, we went the wrong way. Not into the woods. Not into the woods. We actually want to go the other road. Okay, so not into the woods, but the other road. This one right here. Hold here. What the fuck was that? Oh! That's what that was. Yeah? Yeah, that'll do it. Surprise 113. Oh, fuck. Oh, oh, God. It did. Also, now imagine if I had run into this. Imagine if this had seen me. Imagine if this thing had seen me. Now there's some terror for you. Yeah, you know what that is, right, Nuker? You know what that thing is. You recognize that thing. That would have been scary as fuck if it had seen me. The regular 113 was bad enough, but the fact that there was a tank and an ITV there waiting for me, that's scary. So don't go to the town. That's what that tells me, is don't go to the town. Try and run through just the fields, because otherwise we're going to run into bad situations like that, and that's what's going to get us killed very quickly. Like, insanely fast. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know what the hell that thing was. I don't know what the hell I was doing there, but I'm not doing that again. That's what I know. I'm not doing that again. Cause fuck, that was scary. Okay. Okay, let's try that again. Let's try that again. So we can't go that way. We're gonna have to cut between them. Stay on the left side of that wood. Actually, we might want to go directly through those woods. Okay, I don't know about that. But we're gonna hug these woods and see if that helps us stay alive longer. Because Jesus Christ. They don't see us, they don't see us, they don't see us. They see us! Jesus! Jesus! Oh, that's scary. Oh, that's scary. They see us immediately. Oh, that's gonna be hard. That's gonna be hard. Holy shit. Mm. 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 So we've got a town with 113s, a tank, and an ITV on one side, and a group of M60s on the other. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be very interesting. Okay. Oh shit. What if we go the other way? As long as we don't go too far southeast, we might be able to hook around that way and then work back north towards objective partnership. Huh. There's an idea. We hook around southeast, and that'll keep us away from hopefully the worst of the contact, and we can use these woods as concealment to help us inch along. So the tanks are reported in that area, so we're gonna turn. Northeast. Wow, there's just M1. There's just 113s everywhere. Jesus. Oh, do we? I thought we only had illumination and HE. That's actually really useful to know, Blaze. I didn't know we also had smoke. I thought we just had illumination and HE. But now that I know I have smoke, that's really useful. I can smoke the town. Yeah, they have a lot of long-range hole punchers. And they have a sound bug, too. Oh, I hope Josh eventually fixes it. They know about this bug. They know about this bug. They've known about it for a while. God, I hope Josh fixes that bug soonish. 'Cause, man. Man. That's gonna be... That's gonna be zesty. That's gonna be real fucking zesty. Good fucking lord. Go to main menu, because I need to get that sound bug gone. I need to hear everything, so I can't deal with that sound bug for this mission. But also, ad break's coming up, so we're gonna take a quick little stretch break before we get back into it, because man, yeah, Ryan the Space God, and we're not just doing GHPC, we're on Pact Partnership. We're on Pact Partnership, which means it's time for survival horror. But unfortunately, ad break's coming up, so we're gonna take a quick stretch break once that starts and go from there, and then we're gonna get back into it. But yeah, I love this mission. I loved this. No, Longer Road. I loved Longer Road already, with everything just going to shit as you progress. And then it breaks into the fight with the T-64s at the end. That was terror. And we are back. So now let's get into it. Back into Pact Partnership. Which area is that again? Fulda Outskirts? Yeah, it was Fulda Outskirts. Okay. Yep, ads over and we are back. So, here we go back into Pact Partnership. Let's see how many times we die, shall we? Let's see how many times we die. Oh, come on, load. When you're bored driving, you turn your... Yeah, no, the soundtrack is so good, isn't it? So, favorite track, I'm gonna say right now, and you're probably gonna be like, that's how typical, but favorite track, Steel Horizon. That dun 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 dun. It gives me the same sort of vibe as Sublimation whenever I hear that. It gives me the same vibe as like Sublimation, and I fucking love that track. Oh, we do have smoke. We don't have HE. We have illumination and smoke. Okay. That's useful to know, actually. So, smoke there. Just to try and keep our flank covered as we pass through this zone. Because that's where the 113s were last time. We lost one, but we're still moving. We're still moving. Go, 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 go. Or not. Or not. Okay, rushing through there does not keep us alive. Rushing through there does not keep us alive, so don't do that. Don't do that. That is a terrible idea. Let's see then, where can we go instead? Where can we go? Like, how are we going to run this? That's the real question. Because that other right, if we take the right there, we run into the tank line. We run into the main tank group. I've got smoke and I used some of it. I was trying to use some of it to block off that town where I know an M901 is. I know there's an ITV and a couple of 113s there along with a tank. So I was trying to use the smoke. I popped down a smoke round there to try and keep them from shooting at me. But because I rushed it, I went in too quickly. And as a result, the smoke hadn't fully bloomed and I was not quite, and so they could still see me through it. That's the problem here, is I'm definitely rushing it. I'm definitely rushing it because I'm like trying so hard to get the hell out of here before. Oh yeah, no, the smoke here is almost certainly white phosphorus as well. Like, white phosphorus is just, it's kind of the universal artillery smoke round. It's just, even white phosphorus isn't really instant. It takes a couple of seconds. It takes a couple of seconds to reach the full density. All right, let's go into the trees and try and use them to like conceal ourselves. We're gonna take this nice and slow. We're not gonna go up that road because that leads to the tanks. That means smoke is going down, which is good. Keep moving up. Just keep moving up. Take it slow. We're not on a time limit. We're not on a time limit. We're going to try and follow our previous path of advance, because that's going to be less densely populated. That'll hopefully be a less densely populated zone. Right, before we leave the tree line, we're going to probably pop illumination so we can see what's out there. Hold in the tree line, pop illumination, and see what's out there. At least briefly. You can imagine before we came out here, they probably looked at all the BTRs that were still running. And they picked these two because these two had these two probably had intact mufflers. That's probably the entire reason we only have the 2 BTRs here, is because these two have intact mufflers. And they wanted the quietest vehicles possible to run this gauntlet, because otherwise they would just hear the diesels just roaring, and that wouldn't help anyone. can imagine as well, in this actual situation, the TC is probably telling the driver, keep the revs as low as possible. We don't want them to hear us. Okay. We've got the vehicles back together now. Keep running. Just crawl up through this tree line. Crawl up through this tree line. Take it slow. Put smoke on the reported tank position. And an illumination out front. I don't know what's going to be out there. I don't want to take too many chances. Smoke is deployed. Illumination's up. Do a quick sweep. I think that next tree line is clear. Let's run towards it. Do not like this situation one goddamn bit. Another damaged BTR. Rearming. Smoke. Okay, we're gonna try and move it to that damaged BTR and then go into... We're gonna move it to that destroyed BTR and then move into the tree line behind it. That's probably our best bet. Assuming there's no nasty surprises in the trees. But... like I said, that's our best bet right now. Just keep moving up. Nice and easy. Nice and easy. Don't rush. That's what got us killed last time. We're a fucking tin can. We're a tin can in the middle of the night with no fire control and no good optics. We need to think like a rat. Until we get to objective partnership, we need to think like a rat. God, this is like the same sort of vibe that the Forever Winter gives me. God, I keep talking about that game, I swear. I need to stop talking about that game. I need to stop talking about the Forever Winter. I like that game even though it's still super janky. Ah! Okay, friendly tanks are there. So we know their position now. Good. Enemy vehicles to the right. Why are you over there, you stupid motherfucker? No, I have not seen that one. I don't... That sounds like it could be an interesting movie, but it entirely depends on who makes it. Like, if that movie was made by a non-Russian... It really depends on whether that movie was made by Russians or non-Russians. Like, if it was made by Russians or if it was made by, like, say, Czechs or Poles. Because if it was made by a Czech, by somebody from, like, out of Czechia or Poland, I would be much more confident to say it's a good movie. But if it was made by a Russian studio, I'd be a little more nervous. Bring it up because the officer won't let them abandon the tank, and if you were in this situation, you ditch this vehicle. Oh, of course, like I said, we're a fucking tin can. All right, we're gonna run for it now. Friendly tanks are in view. Don't know why that other BTR kept deciding it wanted to fuck off out into the middle of nowhere. Not even starving in this case, Bacon King. It's more like I said, we're a tin can, and if anything sees us, we will die very quickly. Ooh, that's actually that's very heartening to hear that. If it, like I said, it might be really historically inaccurate, but it'll be the good kind of historical inaccuracy is what that tells me. You mentioned that it was directed by Kevin, but it's a Western director. That tells me it might be historically inaccurate, but it will be the good kind of historical inaccuracy, as opposed to if it was made by a Russian studio. Oh, you're talking about The Beast. The Beast is like that. Yeah, no, I can see that for sure. Hey, Parasitas, thanks for the sub. Thanks for the resub, 21 months. Jesus Christ, has it really been that long? Oh my God. Those are the numbers that start to scare me when I see them. Like over a year. Those are the numbers that start to scare me when I see them. All right, let's go up towards the actual objective now. And now we take control of the T-62 platoon. And now things are a little bit better for us now. Things are a little bit better for us now because we've got some actual armor now. Yeah? Yeah? You know what probably, you know why? So Ryan, you mentioned that. You know what probably was happening in that situation as we were driving up? Realistically, you know what would have happened in that situation as we were driving up? Because we did stop a couple of times. I wouldn't be surprised if, so you saw the spotlight on the top of the BTR, right? It wouldn't surprise me if before we approached, realistically, this is what would happen. Before we approached, somebody on the BTR started. We are in a vehicle, Apollo. So that entire time we were in a BTR, which is basically a tin can that carries troops. It's a tin can that carries troops. So yeah, the BTR is a tin can that carries troops. So, while, like I said, we were in a vehicle, all that did was give us mobility. It did not protect us. It did not protect us. But now we've got to do it back, going the other way. And we're making a trade-off here. Now, we're able to fight. We're able to fight things we run into, but also we're not as stealthy as we were in the BTR. So we're going to be much more easy to detect, especially considering that the entire rest of the platoon has their searchlights turned on. But if we do get into a fight, we aren't instantly dead. Notice my usage of the word instantly there. That was on purpose. Wow, the night sight on this thing sucks. Exactly, Nuker. Exactly. It just means we have a... Oh, God.
Готово. Подкалиберным. На 30. Так. Цель
Here we
понял.
go.
Цель потеряна. Готово. Подкалиберным. На 35. Так. Цель понял. Готово. Вперед.
We just lost the track.
Готово. Выстрел. Недолет. Прекратить огонь.
Okay. This tank's down. So let's switch over to the other ones.
Готово.
Ooh, things have already gone badly.
Готово.
There, smoke them out while we keep moving up. That tank's been disabled, but it will at least be able to cover our advances as we move. Yeah, no, that the spotlight on that M60 was bright, wasn't it? The spotlight on that M60 was bright, wasn't it? Brighter than you in high school? Damn.
Готово.
Oh, that's brutal. No, it's not even a 30 millimeter, Ryan. It's not a 50 cal. It's the 14.5. So it's a little bit bigger than a 50 cal. But yeah, it's the older BTR gun.
Так. Цель понял. Подкалиберным. На 25. Так. Цель понял. Готово. Выстрел. Недолет.
Come on, reload, 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 reload.
Готово. Выстрел.
That was a hit.
Цель потеряна. Готово.
Yeah, no. Exactly the kind of reaction. That's exactly the moment there.
Готово.
Exactly the moment there.
Подкалиберным. На 25. Так.
Shit.
Цель понял.
Shit, we're out of Sabo. We're black on Sabo. Restock. I don't know how many of those we got left. We're gonna need a few of them though. And we're also gonna really need to prioritize just moving up towards objective rescue. We can suppress that position though. While we're moving up. Eyes up. Toe! Oh, God! That was horrifying. That was horrifying. Just, you could see it coming in. Right as I call it, like, oh, fuck, toe! Oh, God.
На 30.
That's scary. That's scary. Oh! No, the worst part isn't even that they kill you, Ryan. The worst part isn't even that they kill you. The worst part is that you see it coming. You see it coming. And yeah, no, Doll's Nest is very fun. It's a bit, it's janky, it's weird, and it's not perfect, but like you said, it's fun, and that's what matters. Where's that damn ITV at? Come up through this way now. I don't know how much more shit we're gonna deal with. I know there's that ITV in the area though. Yeah, no, the 6-day war in particular, because it's so early, and at that point, you know what's like one of the really weird things about the 6-day war? At that point, the Syrians and some of the other Arab armies were still using German World War II tanks. They didn't have a lot of them, but there were a few of those running around during the 6-day war. Speaking of German World War II tanks, I don't remember the name of it, but there's another person working on a game that's basically this, but in World War II, and I really want to see how that turns out. I really want to see how that turns out. Fuck. We're almost there. Need to cross this berm and we'll be there. Holy shit. Only one tank made it, but the other two are still intact and they can provide cover fire from their positions. Oh, that's scary. That was scary as fuck is what that was. I want to see what all we had to deal with here. They were rises. Okay. Yeah. Rise hits the track, disabling that tank. Sabo round hits that M60, bounces off. That was the toe. That was the toe. Which, that was scary as fuck. That was, honest to God, fucking terrifying. And that wasn't even the first toe they fired at me. What the fuck? And that's the one that took out our driver. And then we got into the 113s. Oh, yeah, I know what that is, Bacon King. I know what the Dushka is. So, by the way, there is an... So that's actually gonna probably be one of the things that also gets used to show off the detailed crew update. Whenever that happens, is the Dushkas being actually usable. Because remember, only the T-64's Dushka can be used without opening the hatch. Only the T-64's Dushka can be used without opening the hatch. Now, most of the Western tanks should be able to use their roof MGs without opening the hatch. The M1's 50 is on a traversing cupola with an optic. And the M60s, well, we all know how the M60's cupola works. That's like actually a little mini turret. But that was wild. That was wild. We need to come down from that. Oh, where do we go from here? The first section of the first zone, you get to see. Yeah. Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. When you get into the hub area, Parasitas, and you actually start to get in, like, you finally are able to buy upgrades and such. I remember laughing my ass off when the person that you get, when the character that you get the cosmetic upgrades from is basically, what if giant girl with 4 arms? That gave me an honest to God laugh. But also, I just remember the entire time when I was in the hub area, once I got everything going there, just mentally, this is what was playing for me. Oh, what do we got here? Rolling the flank. 2 section is tasked with the clearing of enemies of an outflanked enemy motor rifle regiment directed positioned defensively in front of you. 2 companies of BTR-60s, 4 AT gun teams. Spread throughout 3 objective areas. Objective Rain is expected to have a BTR-60 company with 2 AT guns. Hail and Snow have the same. We have 2 Bradleys in our section. First platoon is an M60A3 platoon. 3 fire missions, 2 smoke missions, 1 air support. Tasked with seizing objectives Rain, Hail, and Snow. Yes, I did. She was playing with corpses. 1 platoon is leading the attack. You are to support them with fires to destroy targets identified. Focus on flank security and calling artillery and air support. Here we go. It's time for Bradley. It's time for Bradley. And you know what that means? You know what that means? Here we go. Oh, assuming it loads. Here we go.
Gunner ready. Stable index.
Let's see. Objective Rain is coming up immediately first. We have dust trails that suggest enemy movement. Let's get moving up there and see what they are. That's smoke, which means whatever it was has probably been destroyed. Looks like destroyed BTRs in the area. Likely previous engagements from main axis of attack.
Gunner stable PC. Traverse high. Identified. Fire away. Over. Re-engage. Over. Re-engage. Next target. Gunner stable PC.
Where is it? Where is he? Where is he? Where is it? Where is he? Got him! Next target. What do we got? BMP, hello! Unlike the BMP, the Bradley is human engineered, with the soldier in mind. Ample working space gives ample working space for the crew, ensures efficient operations over extended periods of time. Bum, bum, bum. God, I love the Bradley. Hello, die. Second Bradley. That was way closer than we should have been engaging.
Fire! Target locked! Gunner, servo, PC! On the way! Target, ceasefire! Gunner, servo, PC! Trevor, fight!
On.
Identified. On the way! Short! Engage! Jump! Re-engage!
God, I can't see shit from here. The dust is in the match. The dust is in the way.
On the way! Re-engage! Delta! Re-engage! Next target! Gunner, servo, PC! Delta! Re-engage! Over!
There we go. Shut up. Oh boy, we just burned through all of our APDS though. So that's gonna be interesting. Need to let that restock, which is gonna take a while. Let's see what we've got in terms of fire missions in the meantime. Fixed wing on objective snow. Also, one of the first sections. Yeah, no, she was playing. Yeah, she was playing with the corpses. You already already answered that question. I was wondering if that was a separate question. I didn't read. I was like, wow, I cannot read today, can I? I cannot read today, can I? Oh God, that was embarrassing. That was kind of embarrassing. There goes the F4. Give them hell, boys. Woo-wee.
Identified. On the way. On the way. Engage. Target.
Oh, that was the whole lot of them. Oh, that F4 did work. That F4 did work. Oh. Oh. Whew. Bum, 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 bum. That's a bad day for everyone involved in that BTR. Same for that one. That BMP had the worst day, though. Like, it's not even a question. That BMP had the worst day. I think we actually lit off the ammo in one of them. Give you up for air superiority. Oh, yeah, give it up for air superiority indeed. Jesus Christ. That definitely saved us a lot of time. That definitely saved us a lot of time. Another BMP having a shit day, as is the norm. BTR has a shitty day. BTR has a really shitty day. Woo, boy. That could have I could have run that better, but that was still really, really nice feeling after packed partnership and just stress. Like, Jesus Christ, the entire time we were doing that, it felt like, remember that scene from Airplane where he's just like, where he's like sweating so much that he's like sweating literal buckets? That's what packed partnership felt like. Going on to rolling out the flank after that was rolling the flank after that was such a nice swap. Native narrative. Advance and cover second platoons dismount. You are then to cover friendly dismounted troops clearance of BP Alpha and cover their Sultan objective yellow. I don't think I want to run the Abrams right now. I'm looking for something that's got more T-series missions like T-72, T-64, that kind of stuff. Meditative Malediction. Ruined Regiment. Another Bradley mission. Another Bradley mission. Red Steel. 6 BMP2, 3 T-64A. Support assets are 10 fire missions, 10 WP smoke, and 5 air support. Attack and destroy enemy forces on or around objectives 1 and 2. Mixed company plus consisting of... Oh! Yeah, no, we love Maple, Ryan. We love Maple. She's great. She's great. We love that little wood elf. See, enemies are 113s, M901s, and M60s. Possible QRF routes for tanks are marked. M901s are probably going to be the primary threat, so keep an eye out for them. We're not running this at night. We are not running this at night. If for no other reason than the M901s will rip us apart if we run this at night. Anything is going to be a problem at night, it's going to be those M901s. They will tear us apart if we run this at night. Actually, because I don't know what model of M60A1 that is. Those could be AOSs, they could be Rise passives. They're not TTSs, which that would be scary. But I don't know what they are. And that's the problem. So, let's run this shit. Let's run this shit. They did. Why would touch the... Shut up, Parasitus! Shut up! I love the T-64. It's such a goofy fucking tank. Good, yeah, this is the one with the optical rangefinder. So, second company assault lane, battle position, Ana, objective 1, objective 2. We're going to have Cass and artillery soften up objectives 1 and 2 first, just to clear out anything that might be in the area. That'll hopefully at least scatter them a bit and make the advance easier. We're gonna set battle site for 1,000. We're probably not gonna make much use of the rangefinder. For no other reason than because, good lord, this thing, because good god, Delta D is annoying. Speaking of, MZ. Okay, that one's been dealt with already. Let's turn off the Delta D system while we're here. We're not really going to be making much use of it. This is almost certainly going to be nearly pure battle site gunnery. You say that, Ryan, but they have toes. They have toes. And that's going to make things interesting. The toe is the great equalizer. Oh, these are 1983s. Interesting. I didn't even see what model these are. This will be fun. Speaking of underrepresented vehicles like the M901 though, something I'm really happy this game has, especially because it fills kind of the same niche. It fills kind of the same niche as the T-62M. The T-62, so there's the T-62M, which is not in this game. But something that fills the same sort of niche that I think is really interesting is the... I can't even really see what they're saying is out there from here. If I'm really unlucky, that might be a 901, and if it is, that's scary. Yeah, I can't really see it from here. My optics don't have enough magnification, and it's being real hard to, it's hard to pick that shape out. Okay, we're on target at least. Where the hell is that tank at? Let's go for a rangefinder fix. 1700 is what that's telling me. See if that's accurate. Yeah, that's right. That's a hit. Okay, move up, continue advancing. Okay, good. Got him! They saved dozens of dollars on the T-64's optics. God fucking damn it, Ryan. That got a giggle out of me. That admittedly got a giggle out of me. I won't deny it did. All right, we've got 2 more fire missions coming in. We're gonna move our way up towards that ridge line. Probably cut our range setting back to battle site. It has optics, and it even has a night sight, Parasitus. It even has a night sight. Not necessarily a very good one, but it has one. It's like, you know, people like to kind of shit on the Soviets for being backwards and such, right? Now, this is true of modern Russia. The backwardness is very true if we're talking about modern Russia, but the Soviet Union was legitimately a threat. They were legitimately a fairly powerful military force. Now, unfortunately, there is sort of the trajectory of somebody who takes a legitimate interest in the Soviet Union's military theory is very similar in shape to the popular depiction of Dunning-Kruger, where, you know, it took them a while. It took them a while to do that, Ryan. They started to get passive night optics in the mid to late 80s along with thermal imagers, but to nowhere the same amount as any Western military did. Like, NATO absolutely dominated the Soviets when it came to night optics and night fighting capabilities. From the late 70s onwards, NATO had basically total night dominance. Okay, bring the BMPs in. Let's get rolling. So from like I said, from the late 70s onwards, NATO had basically near total night dominance. But before that point, neither side really had. Oh, Red Storm Rising as a classic. Red Storm Rising as a classic, Ryan. Remember though, Red Storm Rising takes place in the 80s. Red Storm Rising takes place in the late 1980s. And that timeline is very important because that was after the end of night parity. So night parity ends around the mid to late 70s, with the proliferation of passive night optics among NATO militaries. And that's when it starts to end. And it runs through the late 70s through to the early to mid 80s. That night parity came to an end because the Soviets just couldn't make enough thermal imagers or passive night optics of sufficient quality to challenge NATO when it comes to night fighting. Low fire rate selected. I don't want to smoke up the crew compartment. I already hit that APC, but I wanted to be safe. Wanted to be certain. All right, we're bringing in the BMPs on objective 1 under artillery cover. Eyes up. We're taking fire. Switch to another BMP. Where'd that fire come from? We've gotten an additional BMP-2 platoon. Okay, what's our current position looking like? We need to head that way. Yeah, no, like I said, and that's what I'm saying. You have to remember the timeline, you have to remember when that takes place, Ryan. Oh, I love those! Those are so cool. I know exactly what you're talking about, Parasitas. The thermal fusion scopes. I know the exact things you're talking about. The thermal fusion scopes, where you can set them that the thermal imager gives an outline of objects. That's the thing you're talking about, right? Where if you can set it just right, the thermal imager will outline. Are we talking about Simo Haya? Are we talking about Simo Haya, Dr. Anime? Like, the story of Simo Haya is interesting, but there is another Finnish soldier I like, another story of a Finnish soldier I like even more. And I gotta remember his name. Aimo Koivunen. I like Aimo Koivunen's story even more because it's fucking hilarious. So, Aimo Koivunen, this is a story that's pretty well known. Aimo Koivunen was a Finnish ski trooper, and they were attacked and surrounded. They were attacked and surrounded by Soviet forces that they managed to escape. But after escaping, Koivunen was cut off from the rest of his unit and was just skiing for a long period of time. So what he decides to do is take his entire patrol's allotment of methamphetamine all at the same time. He takes it all at the same time, and he just goes. He just goes and 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 goes. He dissociates. He enters delirium. Yes, it is, Nuker. That's Aimo Koivunen. He, like I said, he just started skiing on a meth bender. He just started skiing on a meth bender until eventually he passes out. He gets injured by a landmine, at which point he stays in a ditch for a week and is basically there waiting for help. Yeah, he didn't keep going. He stopped after he got blown up by the landmine. He didn't die though. He was still alive. And so he was like waiting in this ditch, and he caught a bird and ate it raw while waiting for help in this ditch. Yeah, I don't know how long it actually was. Like you said, he thinks it was a week. But so he's like there. He's eating pine buds, and he catches a bird and eats it raw. When they found him, He weighed 95 pounds and his heart rate was 200 beats per minute. He was absolute madman. Absolute madman. Jesus Christ. Imo Koivunen was insane. Imo Koivunen was absolutely bug fuck insane. You know, that doesn't even surprise me. That doesn't surprise me at all, Ryan. I don't actually watch Fat Electrician Bacon King. I tried watching him once. I didn't like him. I tried watching Fat Electrician once. I don't know what it was. I didn't like him. When it comes to history stuff, I tend to prefer channels like History of Everything or History of Everything, Animarchy, or Perun. Well, not Perun. Perun's not history. But I tend to prefer stuff like History of Everything or Animarchy. Just something about their presentation, I think. I couldn't tell you for sure, but if I had to guess, that's probably what it is. Oh, fuck, there's Bradley's here! There's Bradley's here! Kill it now! Missile away! Tracking! Oh, fuck, somebody else got it before I did! Come on, reload the missile! Reload the missile! Okay, it doesn't matter. They've already been taken out. One of the other tanks is engaging them. Let's keep moving up to objective 2. Actually, no. You know what's another really good channel on that subject? So I mentioned History of Everything and Animarchy. There's another channel I would like to recommend as well. Falcon's Fighter Tales. I would really, really recommend Falcon's Fighter Tales. He is a great, great channel for this kind of stuff. Like I said, I don't know what it is about Fat Electrician. He gives me like weird, he has like some kind of unpleasant effect on me, I guess. Like I see Fat Electrician stuff and I'm just like kind of skeezed out for whatever reason. I don't know what it is because I don't pay enough attention to say what it is. But like I said, I would very much recommend Falcon's Fighter Tales, Animarchy, and History of Everything if you really are looking for like those are more the channels. Those are the channels I prefer. Are those three? They are really, they're like Falcon's Fighter Tales in particular did a really good job on on the F-14 recently, talking about why the F-14 got retired and how it's kind of a more complicated story than a lot of people give credit for. But I think we are gonna call it here for tonight, and I already know who we are going to raid. Let me just make sure they're still going before we do, because I know somebody who, if they don't know about this game, they need to know about this game. So, YouTube,